Good afternoon, everyone. The meeting will now come to order. Hello, I'm Donna Savigny, President of the Board of Education, and I would like to welcome you to the August 26, 2020 Board Updates meeting. In keeping with the Board's commitment to open communication with the community, this meeting is being streamed live on the CCPS website at www.carrollk12.org and broadcast live on Channel 21. We are also recording this meeting so that it can be accessed on demand on our website and broadcast throughout the month on Channel 21. This will be a hybrid meeting in which some board members are present in the boardroom. However, some board members and staff will be participating virtually. Due to the COVID-19 restrictions, the public will not be able to attend the meeting with the exception of those who wish to speak during citizen participation. Citizen participation is scheduled on the agenda for approximately 5 p.m. Speakers will be allowed in the meeting room individually for the allotted 3 minutes to address the board. Citizens who wish to speak must adhere to the social distancing guidelines and safety precautions we have previously publicized in communications about public comment for this meeting. Citizens must wear a mask while in the building and also when addressing the board. The Board of Education will also continue taking public comment related to tonight's agenda items through alternate means. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Comments received will be posted on the website. For board members and staff who are participating in the virtual meeting, I would remind us all to silence our cell phones and other devices around us that the microphones may pick up. Also, we should each silence our microphones when we are not speaking. Now, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Okay, board members, now I need a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
I'll second that.
seconded by Dr. Dorsey. Thank you. Okay, board members, any comments or revisions?
For number 3, is there a way we can change that to reports and potential action items?
Yes. Okay, so board members, we're requesting, so section 3, to be reports and potential action items. Okay. And that's in case that we want to take a vote on any particular items after we have the discussions in section 3. Okay. Board members, everyone okay with that? And any other revisions or adjustments? No? Okay, then I will call for the vote on the agenda as amended. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, so with that, we will move directly into the public participation section. And Ms. Herbert is with us this evening, but she is not in the room. So it's going to be a little bit easier for Mr. Kyler to run the public participation section this evening. So we'll have him read the guidelines. Mr. Kyler?
To have an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines apply. Speakers will be allowed in the boardroom individually for the allotted 3 minutes to address the board. Citizens who wish to speak must adhere to social distancing guidelines and safety precautions we have previously publicized in communications about public comments for this meeting. All citizens must wear a mask in the building and when addressing the board. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Citizen participation is not intended to be question and answer session. However, if citizens have specific questions, the superintendent will assign a staff member to make contact during the board meeting to arrange a time to respond to questions. The superintendent board reserve the right to correct misinformation presented as factual after the conclusion of the citizen participation period. Statements to the board should relate to a recent agenda item, an agenda item that is expected to appear in the future, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics and may not be discussed. It is the intent of the board to allow all citizens an opportunity to speak. Therefore, the board has scheduled time on the agenda for citizen participation at 5 p.m. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that all topics may be discussed. If 30 minutes have passed and there are citizens who have not addressed the board, additional time may be allotted later in the meeting. It appears there's 7 or 8 speakers, so that shouldn't be an issue tonight. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. When the allotted time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence and return to the audience. The public may not display signs or posters during the board meeting. In lieu of signs, or if you are unable to complete your comments in the allotted time, individuals are encouraged to submit remarks to the board in writing. The first speaker is Tammy Sigler DeLauter.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm going to be quick and respect your time. I have a petition here that was signed by 1,613 people to ask that you consider allowing teachers to work from an area that they are comfortable, allowing flexibility, and where CCPS staff works is in the best interest of all CCPS employees. CCPS staff has worked diligently all summer to improve their strategies to teach virtually, and we are committed to making this a success. CCPS plays a vital role in reducing the number of cases of COVID-19. We have already had to close one school for a positive case of COVID-19 with a limited staff. By mandating that all staff goes back into the schools to teach, it's going to cause numerous cases. Most teachers do not have a space entirely of their own. Many teachers share rooms with other teachers or other staff members. We will also be starting small groups soon, which will increase the number of people going in and out of the buildings. Allowing staff to have the flexibility to work where they want will help prevent the spread of COVID-19. It isn't just about the staff, but the entire community. Thank you for your time.
Is it proper just to lay that on the table, paperwork?
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you. Celia Croft.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know this has been a difficult process, and I appreciate your time as we navigate this together. I'm a music teacher. I teach my students how to make noise, but I also teach them how to listen. I pride myself on being able to really listen to all sides of an issue, but I draw the line when the argument is unethical and dangerous. Forcing teachers to choose between their jobs and the health and safety of their families and leaving them such little time to find childcare is not only unfair to us as professionals, it goes directly against the advice of the CDC, the U.S. Department of Labor, and the Maryland Department of Health. We are asking for the right to choose what is best for our families. Otherwise, we risk the health of the entire community. Furthermore, substitutes were in short supply before the pandemic. What is it going to look like when hundreds of teachers have to take leave days before the school year begins? What safety protocols will be in place for staff in case of infection in the building? Have we trained our substitutes to effectively navigate the online tools we've spent months learning? The risks and unknown factors clearly outweigh the benefits of forcing teachers back into their classrooms. What do we as a community have to gain by doing this? What are we trying to prove? To that point, my colleagues and I are discouraged by some of the disparaging comments made by members of this board. These remarks doubting teachers' ability to do their jobs effectively from home undermine our integrity as educators, as well as the mutual respect and trust that is necessary for a school system to function successfully for both staff and students. Teaching in front of a fridge is just one of the many ways that we adapted to a national emergency in the spring. There is nothing unprofessional about using whatever tools you have to reach your students. For the sake of transparency, I'll tell you that I've been extremely angry over some of the conversations in this room and on social media that have questioned science, public health officials, and unfairly criticized teachers. But I know that guilt and shame are not effective methods of leadership and collaboration. If you expect the best from someone, you have to show them that you believe they are capable of their best. You have to give them autonomy and support, not break their spirit. We need to respect and trust each other as people and professionals. I know that every person on this board is capable of making the right decision. I'm asking on behalf of my colleagues and myself that you respect and trust us enough to make the right decision for ourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Weimer. Did I say your last name correctly? Wimmer, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Robert Wimmer.
Hi, and thank you very much. Bob Wimmer, resident of Westminster, a local business owner, also a parent of 2 Westminster High School students, and someone who has worked virtually for the last 10 years in my professional career. So I'd want to speak and ask that the board very much consider allowing the teachers to make their choice as to where it is that they can best educate our students. They are professionals. I think they know what they're doing, and I think they can make the most educated decision as to whether or not teaching in the school building or teaching from their home is best for the students. And I look at this from a number of different reasons. One being the practical and pragmatic. My children went to Sandy Mount, so 6 grades, 4 classes per a grade. So that's 24 teachers teaching simultaneously. I know the IT capabilities of that system. I highly doubt that you can upload 24 contiguous live feeds. And if you have not tested this at every school, we're asking for trouble, because upload speeds are generally much slower than download speeds. So this is a technological challenge that I don't know has been tested and should be tested before trying that out. Secondly is most of the teachers are using laptops, and they'd be using webcams to do that. And I know there was a question of whether or not we could make use of all of the capabilities in the classroom, the whiteboards, the other pieces of it. But when you're using a webcam, and as someone who has been virtual for many years, the webcam works best when it's close up. As you start to try and take something else into the frame, you need to do this. And as you need to get something else into the frame, you need to do this. In order to be heard, you must continue to speak louder and louder. So if we're asking the teachers in order to use a whiteboard to shout for the entire day, I don't think that's appropriate. And finally, I trust the teachers because I send my kids to school every day. I trust them to educate them. I trust them to protect them. I trust them to supervise them. So with that trust that I've done for going on 13 years now, I trust them to make the best decision as to whether or not they should be educating in the classroom, they should be working from home, or how it is best in this very difficult time we can make the most of the situation that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alexis Mueller. Did I say that correct?
You did, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Mueller, and I'm a teacher at Northwest Middle School, and most importantly, I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Friendship Valley Elementary. I am here today to convey my feelings and the feelings of many of my fellow professional educators in Carroll County about the discussions at the August 12th board meeting. We acknowledge and respect the unique circumstances and challenges that the Board of Ed and Central Office have had to face over the last 6 months. Like you, the many professional educators working in Carroll County have had to adjust and revolutionize their teaching methods to face a constantly changing state of affairs. One challenge many of my professional friends did not anticipate was proving our worth and defending our career choice to the very school board members that are supposed to have the best interest of all stakeholders, including educators. The tone in the last half of the meeting on the 12th was both discouraging and divisive. A few members presented a nature of bitterness towards educators because we asked that our circumstances be included in the decisions that you make, which will have a direct impact on our families. At the end of your meeting, it was clear teachers were put in the position of being your number one enemy instead of being your most valuable support. Let me be clear when I say teachers want to return to their normal work environment. We want the choice to return to the normal work environment during this time of uncertainty, during this time in which the governor has recommended that employees who can work from home continue to work from home. We deserve more than 3 days to find daycare for our children who are not old enough to stay home by themselves. Are you aware that many of the in-home daycare providers have shut their doors because of the increased demands by the state for health requirements? Did you know that daycare centers are operating at a reduced number of children? Did you know that there are fewer spots available to place children in a short time frame? Are you informed that many daycare providers have acknowledged they will not be assisting the school-age children in their care with the online classes due to the lack of flexibility with the schedule created to mirror an actual day? Consideration for the situation is not a sign of laziness or assumption that our career is better than nurses, doctors, grocery workers, or bankers, but simple appreciation for the timing of the decision. We could acknowledge and work with the rollout phase. We're willing to compromise. But an assumption that we must act like nurses and doctors and just figure it out must equally be given the respect those professionals acquire. Education is not four walls and a whiteboard. Education is imparting knowledge, creativeness, resourcefulness, and tolerance to our students to help them become better, well-rounded citizens than the generation before, to help them move our community forward, which is not different from our own board's goal. The professional educators in Carroll County want to work with you, but we cannot do that when we are left on the sideline waiting to hear about the next change to the process, when we are not included in the decisions, when we have not been directly asked, what do you need from us, or how can we help you? We ask that you respect us enough to make us part of the solution, rather part of the problem. Talk with us, not at us or about us. Treat us as the professionals you expect us to be, please, and let us help you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Mr. Tony Roman.
One and the same. I gotta make sure I don't touch anything. This just driving me crazy because I'm used to hanging on the podium, so I'm gonna put my hands behind my back just so I don't break a rule here. Good evening, Dr. Lockard, board members. You are at a pivotal time right now, and you're not alone. Board members around the state are all dealing with the same situation. I've had the privilege of being able to speak to most of you in the last few days. I'm not going to hammer you with statistics and all the rest. There are plenty of other people who will do that. I want to just say we want to reach out with an olive branch and say we've got to do the best possible job for our students, which is why we're all here for. You have the control to be able to determine the direction that that's all going to take. When you took your oath of office, you said that you were going to do and swear to the Constitution of Maryland and to Carroll County and to do the best you could for our students. And I know you take that seriously, and I just want you to remember that that's what you said you were going to do when you took this office. We are prepared beyond belief. This is not last spring. That is done, forgotten, and we are in a new place with a staff that is more than prepared to be able to tackle the challenges that are going to happen this fall. All we need is flexibility, and that has been my challenge to all of you from the beginning. We need to be as flexible as possible to be able to give our staff the ability to be able to work to the best of their ability in the conditions that they can. And if that means that some of them need to be home while others are happy to be in the building, then why put a stumbling block in front of people? You want to give your employees the best possible environment so they can do the best job for the children. So I just ask you, implore you, to continue on the path you were a month ago and say that we're going to give our teachers the option to do the best job that they're ready to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Karen Breisdorf. Did I say it correctly?
Yes,
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Karen Reisdorf. I'm here as a teacher and a grandparent, raising my granddaughter in the CCPS system, asking you to support the teachers in choosing their preferred location, home or classroom, for their virtual teaching this year. Mandating that teachers all work in the classrooms will cause a hardship for many teachers. Teachers who cannot send their children to school because the schools are not open may need to use the Family First Coronavirus Response Act to be able to take care of their families. These same teachers taught from home in the spring. They made it work then, they will make it work again, and their students will have 100% of their attention. Teachers with health issues who should not be around other people are at risk. Teachers over 60, a group known to be more susceptible to the virus, and should also not be around large groups. Teachers with family members at risk, such as children and parents with health issues, should avoid large groups as well. Personally, I'm over the age of 60 and raising my granddaughters. I'm careful with social distancing. I use curbside pickup, wear my mask, and stay away from large gatherings. Last spring, I taught and learned and figured out what worked. I can effectively teach from home with my computer, my tablet, and engaging the students through Google Meets. My resources are already there. Last spring, we were thrust into virtual learning with minimal preparation. Topping that with students being told grades would not suffer resulted in at least 50% of my students dropping off Google Meets and turning in work. There was no longer any student accountability. They knew they were going to pass. If you look into why the spring virtual learning was not as successful as it could have been, remember to take that into account. We did the best we could under the circumstances. Many people have jobs where they have to be at work. We are fortunate to be in a position where we are able to teach virtually, and for many of us, the safest place to do that is at home. Even with no students, if all teachers were present, there would still be a large number of people in many of the schools using the facilities and meeting in the halls. Some of you have mentioned administration being able to monitor us. At least one administrator is invited to join every Google Classroom, which means they have access to what we are teaching and all of our Google Meets. I've written at least 5 emails to the board over the summer, and I know you've received many other letters and emails. I received one reply to my first one, and 2 replies to my emails yesterday when I could not leave a phone message. One was upset with the phone effort being made on behalf of the teachers. That phone effort was to make the board members aware of the serious concerns of teachers in returning to the classrooms and the difficulty it will cause for us as well as for the county. No disrespect was intended by this, but this is a crucial issue, and the time frame will make it extremely difficult for many. Again, some of us have health issues, some of us are over 60, some of us have family members with health issues. This is a real concern. Many of us have emailed our concerns and received no response from board members at all, so it's difficult to tell if we're being heard. Teachers have labored hours on end this summer to prepare.
Are you pretty close?
I'm
Okay.
3 more sentences. Please allow us to be our safest and allow us to be in our safest environment to teach. We will make teaching from home or school work. We are professionals. We need to make the safest choice for ourselves and our families. Please consider that in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Gary Foote.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Lockhart, and Carroll County citizens. My name is Gary Foote. I'm getting ready to start my 30th year teaching science at South Carroll High School, and I would like to remind you that dissent is the highest form of patriotism. Now, I imagine some of you here do not believe that at the moment, because over the course of the last several months, dissent has led to angry words, sharp disagreement, and no small amount of extra work. But it is very clear that we must get this right. The sensible solution to the current debate concerning school reopening is to encourage teachers to teach from their classrooms, but to not require it. The important consideration for now is student learning, and the fact that it gets accomplished is much more important than where or how teachers go about it. Please understand that the onus is on the employer to ensure health and safety, and that you should not expect employees to return to work locations where the proper preparatory work has not been accomplished. I think the CCPS reopening plan is a good start, but the question remains, has the work described therein really been accomplished? I must say I have questions. I won't go into every question I have in detail, but I will go to page 56 of the plan where it states, this plan and the various protocols contained within are contingent on CCPS obtaining sufficient supplies and personal protective equipment to open schools and maintain sufficient levels to sustain the plan after initial opening. Supplies and personal protective equipment include masks, gloves, gowns, disinfectants, soap, and hand sanitizer. To that end, CCPS is actively ordering volumes of supplies and PPE with which to open the school year. Our experience in the spring when the pandemic was initially declared was that the market could not supply any of the needed supplies and PPE at necessary levels. So where do we stand? Has the stockpile been achieved? This report was published a month ago. What has changed? If this has been accomplished, then who says so? What is the evidence? If this has been accomplished, please communicate this fact, and please make sure that it's not just an answer being given because someone thinks it's what we want to hear. Now, if this hasn't been done, then there is no way to reopen school at this time, and if you choose to move forward with a plan for employees to prematurely return to buildings, you will hear vigorous dissent. Dissent, I must add, which is entirely justified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
And our last speaker is Christine Olson.
Good evening. First, I would like to acknowledge the exceedingly difficult decision the board has been dealing with. The unions are trying to bully you into making decisions that benefit only them. It's my understanding that your personal contact information was distributed and that you all have received threatening and harassing phone calls by the hundreds, and for that I am truly sorry. I know that many of you have full-time jobs and you're serving on the Board of Ed because you want to give back to our community. I also know that you were elected by the families of this community to vote in their best interest, and while it may seem overwhelmingly impossible right now, you need to stand by your convictions and not allow yourself to be threatened and bullied into making a decision you may later regret. We, the community, will support you and will work together to make our schools safe. The closures were never supposed to be long-standing. They were to flatten the curve to not overburden our hospital system. The curve is as flat as it is ever going to get statistically. So I ask you, what numbers are we looking at? What numbers are we following? Can somebody tell us that? What is the magic number that we can start having real conversations and living again? Because our children aren't living. They're not thriving, they're surviving right now. They need to be in school. People tell me constantly that sending my kids to school is a death sentence for their grandmother, and that I will personally be held responsible for her death. But do you know what Grandma says? She says, I've lived through so much worse in my lifetime, and I want my grandkids to be free, to have fun, to grow, to learn, and to experience life, not fear. Countless parents have and will continue to unenroll their children from school if we maintain virtual learning. Ultimately, that doesn't help anyone. The students who rely on public education will have less resources when it does reopen, and the teachers some of our amazing teachers will be laid off for the lack of students and funding. It's unfortunate that we only hear the loudest teachers and the union because there's so many wonderful teachers that want to go back to the classroom. Parents deserve a choice in what is best for their children. And then to add insult to injury, we have contracted out our schools to learning centers. Look, we're not opposed to learning centers because it does provide an option for some of our families, but not our low-income families that need it most. The problem we do have with learning centers is the hypocrisy. We're being told that schools are so unsafe that teachers are not even able to teach alone in their classroom, but we can send countless families to pay money to send those children into that same school building with other people to teach them. Ultimately, no one wins keeping schools closed, but some do lose, and those are our children. I pray that each of you have the strength and the fortitude to give our families and teachers a choice in returning to their classroom, Parents have always been willing to help provide the supplies teachers need. This year will be no different. If you need cleaning supplies or masks or someone to come in after hours to disinfect, I have no doubt whatsoever our community will stand up. Let's not continue the divide. Let's begin to heal and work together for an equitable choice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Unless somebody else has come in, that should be the last citizen participation. And- Is that it?
No additional
So employee groups,
citizen participation.
Teresa McCullough.
Good evening, Superintendent Lockhart, members of the Board of Education, and is Commissioner Fraser on tonight?
He's on the phone.
Hey, Commissioner Fraser on the phone. I'm Teresa Basler McCullough, President of the Carroll County Education Association, who represents the dedicated, hardworking teachers, counselors, RNs, speech language pathologists, OTs, and PTs. I want to begin by sharing our collective concerns by what we witnessed at the Board of Education meeting on August 12th. First and foremost, we felt blindsided by the public discussion about the potential mandate that teachers physically report to their work sites for the beginning of the school year. Against the advice of the CDC, the Health Department, and Governor Hogan, and furthermore, without any dialogue with the CCEA. While we applaud your courage and wisdom to go enhanced virtual at the July 29th Board of Education meeting, we have serious concerns over taking away the professional and personal options for staff. We were also alarmed by the board's reaction to Mr. O'Mealy's explanation of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. We certainly hope that decisions of this caliber aren't being made in the dark without proper research and understanding. Currently, our teachers are feeling demoralized, devalued, and disrespected. Last spring, our educators were heroes. Most of you know that Carroll County schools got a jump start on virtual learning, while many other Maryland school systems were still in the planning stage. So, when comments like teachers need to work are stated, it cuts deep. We did work. We continue to work harder than ever. And despite some of the discouraging remarks from the last Board of Education meeting, our educators continue to go above and beyond what is expected. This summer, our educators were taking many more professional development courses than were required because we are educators. We do what we do for the benefit of our students and communities. We are dedicated and determined, but please don't ask us to choose between our careers and the safety of our families. Being a public school board member in such a time must be incredibly difficult, and I don't envy the weighty decisions that you all must make. I suspect you feel that you're in the middle of a heated tug of war, pulled in different politically charged directions. In addition, we all recognize that social media is a platform of toxicity, resulting in damaged relationships. For the kids' sake, we need to continue to build relationships and maintain effective communication. Some of you have expressed irritation from our members contacting you in phone calls and emails. But I assure you that CCEA has always encouraged our members to be respectful, polite, and professional. Being a board member is an elected position, as is mine. And if you think that you've been bombarded by emails and phone calls, let me tell you that our office has been getting a steady stream of them as well. But I welcome these calls and emails because I'm proud of my members for actively using their civic rights and making their concerns heard. You all shouldn't be making these decisions without hearing from them, as you do your members of the public either. The CCPS surveys of staff, while a step in the right direction, were inadequate for expressing the variety of issues that staff members are contending with. Sometimes we just need to take a step back. And I have taken some time to reflect on the dynamics of this Board of Education, and I value the skill sets and perspectives that each of you bring. Mrs. Savigny, your actuary skills bring a keen number sense to the table for budget planning. Mrs. Herbert, there has never been a board member that is so visible in schools, even ones you are not assigned to. You are commended for taking the ambassador job very seriously. Mrs. Battaglia, your parental perspective is welcomed and necessary. Mr. Kyler, the business and construction knowledge you brings worthwhile insight. Dr. Dorsey, we appreciate your continued staying in touch with the job of the educator. It is critical knowledge that you bring to the board. Ms. Meestry, your comments from a student's perspective are logical, reasonable, and impressive. And Dr. Lockhart, we always appreciate your willingness to meet with us to address issues. I thank each and every one of you for your commitment you've made for our communities and our children. We ask that in the future that we be included in some of these discussions and considerations before they are made public so that we are united front. I believe that we are stronger together and we share the same goals. The world of education has long recognized that one size does not fit all. This applies to our educators as well as our students. We do know what's best for students is a qualified, certificated educator delivering an instruction. And while we all want to see our teachers and students back in the classrooms, we continue to assert that everyone has different needs and different responsibilities. I have faith that you will make the correct but difficult decision to give educators the option of where they deliver enhanced virtual learning beginning September 8th. We're in this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Okay, so board members, before moving on to section 3, I did want to just take a moment. I know that we reserve the right as part of our public participation guidelines, we reserve the right to correct misinformation presented as factual. And while I don't believe that anything was meant to be misinformation tonight, I just want to clear the air on a couple of items that were brought up tonight. And things that we have seen in emails that folks have requested that we post as part of public participation. Just a couple of quick things. So, the fact that our board meetings are virtual, that's actually not true. Our board meetings have been hybrid now for probably 6 weeks. Several, if not most of us, have been in the room here in the boardroom at any one given time. The fact that another one would be that we're changing our vote from July 29th. That is certainly not the case. It was reflected in the minutes that when we decided to go 100% virtual opening, that we needed to discuss what the situation was going to be with the teachers. That was always one of the stipulations that we had, and they were laid out in the minutes. And again, the fact that we sprung the issue of teaching from the classroom on people and didn't get their feedback, that's not the case. It was part of the discussion on the 29th, and we continued that discussion on August 12th. The fact that we're going against CDC and APA guidelines and Maryland Department of Health, that is not true. Everything that we've done has been trying to be in accordance with any of those guidelines that have been laid out. And the fact that they haven't been very specific in that guidance has been really the problem at heart. And the fact that, we've been accused of being political, and that could not be farther from the case. I think that it's been very obvious that everything we've tried to do is for the benefit of the students. That's why we're all here. I think we can all agree that all 5 of us, that's why we're all here, right? And teacher safety and staff safety has been at the forefront of our minds the entire time that we've been having this discussion. That's why we decided to go 100% virtual on September 8th. And so now, once we take the safety into account, now what is the best situation for our students? That's how we've really been approaching this from the beginning. And most importantly, I think one of the things that we need for the misinformation is the fact that people keep saying that we don't trust our teachers. Nothing could be further from the truth. We trust our teachers. We respect our teachers. The discussions that we've been having, they're difficult discussions during difficult times that have to be had. We have to have those discussions. It's the only way to move forward. And we didn't take a vote at the August 12th board meeting because we wanted to wait to get the feedback of our teachers and make sure that we were taking everything into account. We have praised our teachers nonstop since the spring. They have been fabulous. They stepped up when we needed them to step up. We were out in the forefront in Carroll County versus many other counties in the state. And I think that we've praised them highly on many occasions, and we really feel it in our hearts. We trust our teachers. We respect them. This has nothing to do with that. It's simply part of the discussions that need to be had. We need to trust in the process. It's discussion, it's get feedback, then have the vote. That's the process, and that's what we've been following. So I just wanted to throw that out there in terms of a lot of the misinformation that's been floating around. Just wanted to address that as part of some of the opening comments tonight. So I know that I was speaking on behalf of the board, and just want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with that.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So with that, I won't say any more. We'll just go into section 3, which is reports and potential action items. And item 3A is the updated public health and metrics data review and discussion with Mr. Ed Singer. And so, Ed, are you on the phone?
Yep. I'm here, and boy, I'm getting some feedback. Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me, okay, I think it's better now. One of your staff actually took my slides today and figured it would be easier to have them put the slides up for me and to be able so that they're more visible on TV and that type of thing. So if we could get the slides, I guess you guys would just want me to go ahead and dive into the update on what the numbers are doing and that type of thing to start with.
I think that would be great. Thanks, Ed. So, I think there they are.
There we go.
Great.
Yep, we can go to the next slide. When we first really started talking about school reopening and whatnot, I think one of the first calls I got on with you guys was in late June, and the numbers were starting to head upward. And as we talked about this over the months, we got into July, and the numbers got really high towards the end of July. And as we started seeing things trend down a bit, I think I told you a meeting or two ago that I was expecting, within the next month, we'd get to a point where I thought the number of community cases would be at a point where we might be comfortable as a health department recommending that a hybrid model might be something that you all ought to be considering. And you'd asked me to kind of come up with a benchmark, and I had said 35 cases on a weekly basis is an absolute max for a 2-week period average. So last week we were at 37. We're continuing this week to see that number. It looks like right now it's trending downward. We're only three days into the week, and can't say what's going to happen by the end of the week, but we've seen 5 or less cases per day for the first 3 days of this week. So those numbers are definitely moving in the right direction. I don't think we're there yet. I think, we're looking at a couple more weeks or a month or so before we'll get to the point where I'd be comfortable with the number of community cases that we're seeing. But that's where we stand right now. Last week was 37, and as I said, the first 3 days of this week, we've been less than 5 cases per day. So if you could move on to the next slide, please.
Mr. Singer, before you do that, how are you doing with testing? Are you doing more tests, less tests, or the quicker? I know you were trying to get quicker results for people. How's that going?
Testing's going actually very well. The results are coming back, and I thought we talked about this last meeting, and that's why I really didn't mention it much. We're continuing to test about 100 people or so at the Ag Center per day. We've actually opened up more slots. We've just done that recently, so I can't say that we're testing more people at this point in time, but compared to where we were in July when you saw that high point, we're testing about the same number of people. So we're testing about 100 folks per day at the Ag Center. Plus, there are also results coming in from private doctors' offices and things of that nature. The test results are generally being turned around now, and I'll knock on wood that generally we're getting them back quite often when we have a clinic on a Tuesday or a Thursday. By the end of the day, Tuesday or Thursday, I'm already starting to get results back. So generally speaking, 1 to 2 days at the most. An outlier might be 3 days, but generally speaking, we're getting those test results back very quickly. And that's going to be an important piece when you guys do get back to having in-person learning and have students in the classroom, that we can quickly determine whether or not somebody has COVID-19 or if it's some unrelated thing like the flu, as to whether or not we're going to have to quarantine or isolate a lot of people, and we can potentially rule COVID-19 out. So that testing piece and having testing support is a very important part of all of this.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Kyler?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Do you want me to go ahead and move on, or you have other questions you want to ask before I move to this next slide?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. This next slide is just a little bit different way of presenting very similar data. It's the same numbers, but it's a 14-day rolling average. And where I would expect to see this be when we get to the point where I'd be comfortable with you guys reopening is, this chart would be reaching the number 5, and right now we're right at about the number 6. So I would anticipate if we continue to see a downward trend in the numbers that we're seeing in the first chart, that this will be under 5 within the next couple of weeks as well, if that trend continues. So we can go ahead on to the next slide, please. Another metric that we talked about as we were talking about what we wanted to see when schools reopen was the number of community fatalities that we saw. And, we're going to see those here and there. We did have a death each week, the week of August the 9th and August the 16th in the community. And but the benchmark I had kind of set for you guys with what I would be concerned about was if we were seeing 2 or 3 deaths on a regular basis, on a regular weekly basis. So I'm not super concerned or surprised that we're seeing people in the community potentially die from COVID-19. I mean, it's going to happen. We're in a pandemic, but the numbers are not exceedingly large. And we, as I said, the last couple of weeks we have had 1 community member die each of the last 2 weeks. So next slide, please.
Ms. Herbert, did you have a question?
This is the other piece that we talked about was the ICU beds at the Carroll Hospital Center. And I've been in touch with Garrett Hoover on a regular basis, who's the president there now, and talking about hospital capacity and whatnot. And the benchmark I had set for this was we'd really like to see the ICU beds stay under 10. We did have August 24th this week. It popped up to 11. I talked to Garrett about that, and he said, you know, if that happens on a particular day, and it's not all these ICU admissions are related to COVID, it's just a matter of talking about what the capacity is for the hospital to deal with people who wind up in the intensive care unit overall. And I think I told you guys the last time that they kind of plan for an average of 7, and 10 starts to stress their capacity. So that's why we were looking at this 10 number. You know, if we were looking at all other factors being good, I wouldn't be concerned about this one time that it went to 11 on August the 24th. But these are the kind of numbers that we want to keep an eye on. And as you guys get closer to deciding exactly what you want to do and when you might want to consider reopening in a hybrid, I think maybe even and I don't know whether you guys are planning on taking action tonight or just having some more discussions, but I do think that it would be useful for us to keep an eye on all these numbers that I've just shared with you over the next couple of weeks again. And like I said, I think they'll probably in the next within the next 2 weeks to a month may get to the point where I'm very comfortable with recommending that the bringing students back to the classroom with precautions would be an okay thing to do. But I think when we have that discussion, we may also want to bring Garrett in and just talk about where things are at the hospital and what they look like and get his perspective on these numbers as well. So that said, just one other slide to share, I think. Could you go to the next slide, please?
Hey,
Ed,
Ed, can you hold on 1
This
second?
one's the age demographics again. We're still continuing to see a very high number of cases now where early on in the epidemic, in the pandemic, we were seeing a lot of people that were older than 45 with the disease. Since, I guess, mid-July, we've seen a lot more cases in the 18 to 29-year-olds and a few cases in the under the age of 18. A lot of this is just because of where these folks go. We talked about this last meeting as well. We're still continuing to see those cases, those ages to be a high number of cases, and it's probably more because of how these folks like to gather socially and being stuck inside and restricted for a long period of time just makes them that much more wanting to get out and interact with other people. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing increases in the number of cases in that age group. Last slide, please. I know Mr. Kyler had asked me for suicide numbers. I had shared this once before, and I hadn't really shared it since then. But one of the things I know people have talked a lot about, and I had mentioned when we talked about the suicide numbers initially that numbers were down this year, and I don't know that nationwide. I haven't looked at the statistics of what's happening nationally, but that's not what we would have expected to see. I know we've made a lot of efforts in Carroll County to try to talk about suicide and do different things to make sure that we brought the suicide rates down. In calendar year 17 and 18, we were really worried about the number of suicides we had seen in Carroll County, and there's been a lot of efforts to bring support groups and things around so that we can prevent suicides and suicide attempts. I'm trying to get together some suicide attempt data. That's going to take a little while longer, but the information that I have right now as far as the actual number of completed suicides is compared to calendar year 18 and calendar year 19, we're at a smaller number. So you can clearly see that on the slide. And I put the entire year out there too, just so you can see kind of where those years ended. It seems like we don't get a lot of spikes at any period of time. It seems to be a number that trends pretty evenly, but the overall number of suicides are down in Carroll County this year, which we may be an outlier. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked at the national or state data to see where other jurisdictions lie. So that's the end of the slides that I have and the presentation that I've put together for you guys. I'd be glad to try to answer any questions or assist with anything that you think you need from me this evening before I go ahead and move on with my evening. So I'll leave it there and let you guys go ahead. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, and Ms. Herbert, were you trying to raise your hand to ask some questions earlier? Oh, she looks like she's frozen now for a minute. She's muted. Are you muted?
Mr. Singer and I played phone tag today, and I wanted to know, I know there are several students up at McDaniel College with coronavirus. Are they included in that community number?
So I'll speak to this because I know it was in the paper, and we don't want to get into individuals, but all the cases at McDaniel were from people who came here that already had the virus. They tested them when they came on campus. There's been no on-campus transmission. So those numbers were counted in the jurisdiction that they came from because the virus wasn't essentially acquired here. It was acquired somewhere else.
That's what I just wanted to know, if that was included in our community numbers. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Singer, are we going to be keeping an eye on local jurisdictions that have gone back to school, such as the Gettysburg area, Littlestown, Southwestern School District, as well as our private schools? Is there a way that you can keep an eye on that as well to give us a little more information as to how they're doing?
Well, I'm just gonna say this as plain as I can say it. You guys are gonna have to keep an eye on that. I'm keeping my eye on everything that I possibly can, and I can't take on the additional responsibility to try to figure what's happening in those jurisdictions. So I think that the discussion with superintendents in those jurisdictions and all would be a good thing to have, and ask them what they've seen and maybe what's happening with public health in those locations. But I don't have the time or resources to be able to gather data from those jurisdictions to be able to give to you guys. So somebody's going to have to step up and gather it if that's information you think you need.
Mr. Singer, and I'll be honest, I don't know how you do what you do, so I appreciate that answer. And I know we talked about this a little bit last time, and I think I like what you're saying, and it's great, and what the trends are. But I would just like to also, could you kind of re-summarize why you, like I know when the fair was open, testing was down, and now evidently you're back level. But the positivity rate, why isn't that a good thing to care about? If we looked at the things you've suggested tonight, should we add that in as a factor, or you think it's not even worth considering?
Well, there is some disagreement over how the positivity rate should be counted and how it's being calculated and whatnot. And I understand all different sides of this, and I don't want to get in the middle of the argument of the whole positivity rate. But I will say that we're testing all of our residents in our nursing homes and all of our all the staff in those nursing homes. And that's being factored into the positivity rate. And if we're trying to look at community numbers and trying to figure out how this disease is spreading in our community, trying to look at a positivity rate that factors in all of those folks that are in nursing homes that are being tested and retested on a regular basis and counting every one of those tests, I don't think that's the best indicator for us. And again, the last time that we spoke, I kind of encouraged you all to go out and look and see. I really think this number where we're talking about the number of cases per 100,000 in the community is probably the one that there's the most reasonable data on that show that school systems have been successful in being able to reopen without having to close again or without having to have a large number of children quarantined or isolated. I really think that's the best number to use. And other than what I've read, I can't recite the 50 or 100 articles that I've read on this, and looking at different school systems throughout the world and whatnot and trying to figure out how to best advise you, I really think that that number per 100,000 is the best thing for us to be looking at, because it's not, what my biggest concern is the last thing we want to do is to potentially reopen schools in person, and then we wind up with transmission. And even if kids don't get really sick, if we wind up quarantining or isolating a whole bunch of them, they're going to have to stay home anyway. So we don't want to, I think, my advice to you is we don't want to be opening schools when we're in the situation where we're going to wind up having to close things down again and then have to change the whole plan midstream. So I think when we reopen schools, we really want to be in a position where we're comfortable that we're going to be able to keep the schools reopened, and you're not going to have to switch back and forth between one method of teaching and another. And that's why, I'm kind of looking at that number per 100,000. It kind of gives me, I think, a reasonable feeling of how the disease is spreading in the community, and where other communities that have reopened schools have been able to be successful in keeping their schools open. I think you go above 3 cases per 100,000 per day, I don't know that I've seen anybody that's been successful with a number higher than that. So that's where I'm coming from. And if you guys took the opportunity to read some about that, I think you'd see the same thing in the literature that's out there.
Right, and Ed, I think your point is well made. That we want, our view is that we want to open up schools as quickly as possible, but only if it's safe to do so, right? And so what we're trying to do is lay out the metrics of when do we consider it safe to do so, right? And you've provided us some of that information, and I know I took your recommendation last time to heart in terms of go out and do some research, and I certainly have done that. And I appreciate all the articles that you've sent on the topics, and I've actually gone out and looked at, the PA website has some very specific state level guidance that was provided by their Department of Health, and Arizona, New York, Harvard has put out a lot of information, Hopkins has put out a lot of information, and also looking at European countries that have done it successfully in terms of, Denmark, Germany, Sweden. So looking at a lot of that information. I think Pennsylvania and Arizona actually jumped out as 2 very well thought out state level plans. And in my opinion, they looked at, okay, here's what we consider to be low risk, moderate risk, and high risk. And basically saying under low risk, you could open up fully. And under a moderate risk, you have a choice between hybrid and virtual. And then at high risk, it would have to be 100% virtual, right? And they had criteria in there, and it was an either or, like it was a rate per 1,000 for the community, and then also looking at positivity in those 2 particular states. And I think I like the logic that you've laid out about the 3, what you would feel comfortable with as our public health officer, the 3 new cases per 100,000 per day. So you multiply that all out, right? We've got 170,000 residents in Carroll County. So it would be the 3 per 100,000 times 1.7, which gets us 5 if we round. So 5 cases per day, multiply that by 7 days, gets us to 35 cases per week in the county. And I think that was a very rational and logical way to do it, and it's trackable, right? You provided that information to us. I do know that positivity is kind of a universal statistic that people it's manipulatable, right? Like, and there are issues with it, but I think it's also a relatively universally understood concept in both the foreign countries and in the U.S. So therefore, I think we should keep our eye on it as part of another indicator that we would want to look at. Maybe we make it, that it's the 35 new cases and a positivity less than a certain percentage, or maybe it's a positivity percentage less than 4% or something like that. Board members, I don't know if you have.
I think. And I hadn't thought about it the way he just answered. So the positivity rate for Carroll County includes the care facilities, where there's a lot of other testing, And we definitely don't want to look at other things from care facilities. We want the community stuff. So like you say, I still think it's a factor that you look at, but it's not as important as these three. I recognize that. But one question about the 35 per week. In your comments, you had said about a 2-week average. Do you think that just helps it flow a little better, or you want to see it? You know, you don't want to react to 1 week, but then if it's a 33 and a 36, that's not so bad. If it's a 36 and a 36, that's bad. Is that what you're saying? Why the 2-week average
What I'm
part?
saying is we want to be able to watch this trending, and you know, if we were to go down to 30 this week and then all of a sudden it jumps up to 36 next week, I'd be concerned about it, and we'd have to have some discussion. It comes down to that whole thing as to where people have drawn the line as to where it's been able to be successful. And I'm trying, you know, I really, I know Commissioner Frazier had talked about, he had seen some studies where they say 2. And I kind of tried to find what I thought was most reasonable and the maximum where I'd be comfortable pushing it. And so as opposed to 2 per 100,000, I'm telling you the max is that I'd be comfortable with is 3 per 100,000. But ultimately, it's your decision to make. And again, I felt like that's as far as I could go. If we're exceeding it over a 2-week period, 3 cases per 100,000 average on a daily basis, I'm not going to be comfortable with recommending to you all to reopen schools. But I really do think if you look at where the trends are going, we had 37 last week. If we wind up being at 30 this week and 25 the following week, and things stay down at that level, then you're right where you want to be. I don't think this is something that's unachievable, and I don't think that it's something that's going to, I think, I guess as I think about this, you guys were talking about looking at potentially making a decision about what you're going to do next quarter, maybe in October was what I kind of heard from you. And I think we'll have enough data by the middle of September for you guys to have a good idea of where this might be headed. I wouldn't be comfortable today advising you that we should be reopening schools at any particular point in time, but I think after we have 2 or 3 weeks more of data, that we're probably in that spot. And you need to be thinking ahead about where we might be. If you guys have an idea of a date when you might be reopening that you might want to plan for, but I don't think it's the right time to make a decision on that date at this point in time. And I do think that we need a few more weeks of data that's going to put you in a spot where you could comfortably say, hey, we're well below the 3 per 100,000 that Ed Singer's told us is kind of the benchmark he's comfortable with, and you know, then we are where we are. I just, I wouldn't be comfortable with you guys making a decision on this today until we continue to see this trend play itself out.
So Ed, can I ask a clarification question on, the parameters that you've put forth? I think that makes sense. It sounds like we still need to have maybe a little bit more discussion on them, but is it in the context of a full opening or just a hybrid opening? Because what I've seen on several state websites is that they make a distinction between these are your statistics for a full opening, and then these are the statistics that you need to hit for a hybrid opening. And so I just want to make sure that we're making a distinction between that, because we've said in multiple meetings that, if the governor made it possible, if we went to phase 3 and the governor made it possible for us to come back full, that from a logistical standpoint, that's the easier thing to do. It's certainly not a safer thing to do, but I think we might need to be talking about parameters. I want to make sure the parameters that we're talking about tonight are for what we're comfortable with for a hybrid opening, and that there may be something different that we would be looking at to move to a full opening.
I don't want to speak for Ed. I think I've heard him say that these are metrics toward the hybrid plan that we have, and you're correct, Ms. Savigny. We're tied to the state's recovery plan in that in phase 2, the hybrid is the sort of maximum amount we're allowed to do. And I got to think there would ultimately be some state metric for moving to phase 3 that comes into play as well. But Mr. Singer, I think that's more a question for you.
Yeah, and I think that I would want to see the community numbers even lower if we were to go back full. Maybe that's when we get down to that number that the commissioner had thrown out there as potentially being 2 per 100,000, that we could get back to full reopening. Now, if the governor moves to phase 1, I think we'll start having to really consider what those numbers would be. I know that some of the board members, and maybe all of the board members, have seen that, I guess, the Association of Superintendents and the Association of County Health Officers have been asked, because of the absence of statewide guidance, to try to put our heads together and come up with something, and maybe that'll happen. I'm not sure where that's going to go exactly, but I believe it was Senator Pipkin that sent that letter to us asking us to try to put our heads together and figure out a good statewide number. So right now, when I was thinking about this, I was thinking in terms of being able to be socially distant and being able to not have kids 18 to 24 inches apart, where we're going to have some distance between the kids and not have to quarantine them because they've had 30 or 40 close contacts. We could limit it to 5 or 10. So I think that number would be different, considering if we were going back fully with everybody coming to school on the same day.
One of my concerns, and I'm not sure, and maybe you guys have a rough handle on this, talking to different people. Let's say we said next Monday we're going hybrid. What percentage will say, I still want to do virtual? And if that's 50-50, right now we're saying with all our students in and we go hybrid, we can get far enough apart, maybe not ideal, but far enough apart, whatever. But if we end up with half the kids, then it's a little bit more safe, and not by design, because that many want to do virtual. And I just don't have a good feel. I've heard some educators, some people that have been doing it a long time, I have a lot of respect for, they said, I bet it's 50-50, 60-40. I bet a lot of the families still want to do virtual. And I think we're going to have educators that want to do virtual, and then somebody's got to figure out how to pair all them up. But I'm not sure what that's going to do to our numbers, and that'll be curious. Same thing, in theory, if we said we're opening up full next Monday and only 50% come, we're back at hybrid, but they can go 4 days a week. And I'm sure I'm not shocking anybody. This isn't easy.
And that's a good question, Mr. Crowley. And we actually do, and Cindy was prepared to share some of this later. We did ask our parents at a point in time recently about, okay, if we're to move to the hybrid at some point, will you have your child come to school in that hybrid model, or will you continue to stay all virtual? And about approximately, and Cindy can correct me if I'm wrong, about 6,000 of our 25,000 students, parents responded that they would continue all virtual. So approximately, 20 couple of percent. Now, that could also change. We told our parents this is not binding, this is not, whatever you say now you have to stick to. And so to Mr. Singer's, some of his points about metrics, if we're down to one, case per day or less, or an average that's well under 35, that could change some people's minds later on this year about coming back, and that could change also. So it's a little bit of a moving kind of thing for us. Yes. Cindy, did I get that data correct?
Yes. In fact, when the data closed out, it was 59% said yes, they would come back in person when we went hybrid. 26% said no, and we had 15% that did not give a response.
What was the percent that said no again?
26%.
20, okay,
Or
so a quarter of our students.
Yeah, 6,400 students.
Okay.
Okay, so 15% we did not get a response from, or they didn't answer, we didn't get an intent form back from them, or they just didn't respond to that question?
We got an intent form back, but they didn't respond to that question.
Okay.
And most of them shared that they just weren't comfortable making the decision.
Okay, so somewhere between 60 and 75% is the indication that they would be sending them back under a hybrid model. Okay.
Ms. Herbert, I know you had a question.
Yes, Mr. Singer, I knew, have you gotten any information or any leadership from your new state health officer? And have you heard anything about, I know over the state, our numbers are continually to go down. If anything from him going to phase 3, have you heard anything?
No, really, I assume you're talking about the Deputy Secretary for Public Health Services, which
Absolutely, yes.
Dr. Tan. It's a her. And
Yes. I thought it was, I wanted to make sure, but I didn't want to misrepresent.
Yep. So she really, they've been, what they keep saying that they're working on, and they keep telling us that they're going to get out, is there's supposed to be some new guidance that's going to apply to both the public schools and the private schools as far as reopening and distancing and all that kind of thing. It's supposed to be coming out from the state. So they've been focusing on some type of plan, but I don't think that it contains any specific metrics, if that's what you're looking for. So I can't speak for what's happening at the state level. We've asked for certain things, and some of those things we've gotten, and a lot of the things we haven't. And I heard somebody, I don't remember who it was, but I've expressed this frustration, and you know, I work for the Secretary of Health, and I work for the governor, and I have to support what their plan is, but we feel like, I guess, and I've expressed this frustration to the Board of Commissioners, that some of the guidance has been less than clear, and it's really put us out on a limb to make some decisions when, you know, it would seem that somebody could set some more clear left and right boundaries. And I honestly don't think we're going to get anything that's much more clear. And maybe the Association of County Health Officers and the Association of Superintendents will step up to the plate, and maybe we'll come up with some guidance based on that. But I've not heard anything coming out from the state level that's really going to dictate where this is all headed.
Well, you need to be commended, because you were one of the few health officers that actually came out with metrics right away. And that, you know, that's a guiding factor for us. And I really appreciate that, for stepping up to the plate. And actually, you put your neck out on the line for that. And I think you've done a great job, but I really appreciate it, because we do need guidance to get these, you know, to get our schools open safely. And I appreciate all your help.
Certainly. And I get it. I get, you know, people are really struggling right now. And I'd love for this thing to end tomorrow and we could be done with it. But unfortunately, the guy from NEMA, Russ Strickland, was on a call the other day, and he said, I think we got 18 more months of this left. And I was like, 6 months has been bad enough. But I mean, we may get to the recovery phase in 6 months or so, but it's we've still got a ways to go in this, and it's not going away tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much.
Dr. Dorsey,
and I think that's like a bottom line for us, because I know in order for us to really see and understand trends, we have to give it time. So again, I think what I heard you saying, Mr. Singer, is that you're thinking maybe even by the middle of September. I mean, that would give us certainly more data to look at as far as seeing how the trends are moving.
Oh, did we lose him? Ed?
Oh,
there he
was
is.
there a question?
No, there really isn't a question. I'm just making a statement. I mean,
I heard her say how.
Yeah, I just heard.
I didn't think there was anything to respond to. He didn't lose me. I just didn't have anything to say about it.
Okay, but again, I think that's, you know, again, something that we just keep in mind, that, you know, it's going to take time to look at the trend data. And, you know, I don't think I'll get into the other question that I had concerning, you know, the return of students as far as the staff members are concerned, because I'll wait until later on the agenda. I think Cindy might have that data for us too. We've looked at student data as far as how many at this point would be considering returning to a hybrid model, and how many would want to continue all virtual. I was just wondering how it's playing out as far as staff numbers are concerned. But again, if it's better that we wait until Cindy's part of the discussion to get to that, that would be fine.
Okay. Yeah, I think if we wait till we get to that section, if we can kind of finish our discussion about the parameters, I would like to get to a point that we have an understanding and take a vote on the parameters that we're monitoring and what we're going to be using to make a decision off of tonight, so that we can lock those in place and say, okay, these are the data that we're going to be watching over the next several weeks. So board members, I know that Ed, your recommendation was the 35 new cases in the community per week. And it was the additional, keeping an eye, you didn't necessarily have a metric for ICU beds, but it was basically keeping an eye on the ICU beds and making sure that we weren't concerned about the level of usage.
I think that was less than or equal to 10 is what I had heard it.
Yeah, I had put it at 10, and I think I think you could, I would suggest to you that when we've reached these, when we've reached these numbers, that would be a good guideline for you guys to be looking at taking a vote on this. I do agree with Mr. Kyler to a certain extent that I don't know that you want to lock yourself specifically into these. Well, I do feel very comfortable with the community case numbers. I don't want to lock you into, if we wind up with one day where the ICU beds pop up to 11 or 12, and we look at everything else in the hospital and everything seems okay, I wouldn't want to lock you into an 11 or 12, throwing you out of a decision to reopen schools because we had one day that was a blip on the radar. So we need to be careful with that one a little bit. So, I think these are good left and right boundaries to help set some guidelines for you all as to when you might want to consider the bringing students back in person. But I really think that even if you vote to have these as kind of your guiding principles, that there still needs to be a little bit of flexibility in thinking, well, okay, so it was under 10, for 28 days, except for one day it popped up to 12. That we could consider that and potentially throw anything that might be an anomaly out. So I would be very cautious not to make this a completely hard number that we're going to not, or we are going to, based on this specific number.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think there's a lot of other things that go into that consideration, right? Like not just ICU beds in Carroll County General as well, right? Like we have other options around. It would also take into consideration, we need to think about what's happening in other areas, other hospital, like capacity in other hospitals that are still relatively near us. Like I think it can be a leading indicator, right? Something that we need to track, and it's a leading indicator that we're checking the trend data on, but not necessarily a parameter for the actual school reopening. Do other folks think that, if so, it's a leading indicator, something that we're going to track on a weekly basis, but not necessarily be one of the parameters that we're setting for school reopening? Does that make sense to folks?
And I'd say there's a lot of things with the hospital data, the overall hospital census and ED visits and all that I kind of put in that email that I forwarded back out to everybody again, that I think all need to be considered in a package when we're talking. I think basically what we ought to do is this ought to be triggering you all considering making a decision to reopen. When we get to these levels, that's when that trigger point might be that you're ready to take a vote. And I think at that point in time, we have a discussion about where these numbers are and what it all means and everything else that's going on around it. Because there are any number of things that could factor into this at some point in time, and things could change a little bit. But it's I think having a place that would trigger you all to say, yeah, now we're ready to take a vote on whether we're going to go back with this hybrid model or not. I think that those numbers would be good for kind of triggering that. And that's the way that I kind of see it. And then there are a lot of other things that could go into the discussion, and we could talk about all the things that are involved in the hospital, and we could bring Garrett in and have him involved in the discussion. And, you know, we could, if our community numbers are way down, then we could be really pleased about that. And maybe we need to have less discussion about some of these things. So I guess I'm just really, I wanted to set some numbers so that you guys kind of had something to guide yourselves by, but I really would be hesitant as any elected board to tie my own hands by saying this is the absolute number and this is absolutely what we're going to stick to without being able to deliberate and make a decision, you know, once we've kind of gotten to that point.
Right. And I think I think that makes sense. Board members, does it make sense that we would like to have Garrett probably come in next month just to discuss what he's seeing at the hospital level and make sure, I think we should take Ed and Garrett up on their offer. Do others agree? Okay. Go ahead.
I had a question, Mr. Singer. I was wondering if we can get clarification regarding the spread of the virus on surfaces and ventilation systems. Only because I had seen a study that was done on the news the other night, and they were discussing regarding surfaces, how it's not staying, and it was actually a New York City subway, which I found, we know those are nasty anyway, so, but they were saying that they did not find anything on the subway handrails, but also the ventilation systems, because we have heard a lot from others regarding the droplets can pass in the ventilation system, and I want to make sure we have clarification regarding those things, that we have the facts for that.
I mean, the recommendations have been all along that if there's a way to increase the amount of turnover in HVAC systems to bring more outside air in, that you know, it goes along with the whole thing where we've told everybody that it's safer to do activities outside, and that outside is safer than inside. And it's the same type of concept with the air handling systems. If you're bringing more outside air in, you're getting more of the air if somebody's sick, and there are virus particles in these droplets and whatnot. You're getting more of those droplets outside and bringing more fresh air inside, and the risk of somebody contracting the disease is less, the more turnover you have. You know, this gets into engineering and what you do and don't have the capacity to do with the HVAC systems that you have in your schools. I mean, I don't imagine that we're going out and replacing all the HVAC systems. So you're going to have to, I mean, this is something that really you're going to have to rely on your fiscal plant type folks to make decisions on as to how. There are a lot of different recommendations out there. There's there are a lot of different types of air handling systems out there, but the concept is the more fresh air you can mix with the air that's recirculating in the building, the better off you are. So, you know, each one of these, each air handling system probably in every one of your schools is probably a little bit different. And that's going to require some thought. There's, you know, conceptually, I could tell you where we want to be, but, you know, how that's handled in each one of the facilities that you have is something that people are going to have to think through.
And as long as you wear a mask, you should be technically okay and 6 feet apart, correct?
So, you know, this is all about risk reduction, and there's no perfect silver bullet for any of this. 6 feet apart and wearing masks or face coverings, the thought is that the risk of transmission is very low, but that doesn't mean it's zero. There's anytime you're doing risk mitigation, as any risk manager will tell you, there's no such thing as eliminating risk. There's always going to be some chance that somebody's going to get it, and you know, we can take all the measures we want, and you're not going to completely bring risk down to zero. It's just not possible. So when you have the mask on and you keep the distance as much as you can, you know, the health department's considering people to be low risk. If you've not been in close contact with somebody for 15 minutes, less than 6 feet, we consider that to be low risk. And we went and put somebody in quarantine because we don't think they're going to get the disease. But is there a possibility that somebody could get sick when they've passed somebody in the hallway the person happens to cough at the right time or sneeze at the right time, and they get a big slug of virus, I guess it's possible. You just, you can't say 100% for sure. We're taking these measures to reduce the amount of risk, and there's nothing that's 100% guaranteed.
And Ed, I really want to thank you for saying that about risk managers, and coming from someone who has served as a risk manager for a global life insurance organization in the past. You are exactly right that risk can never be reduced to zero, but you try to mitigate that risk as much as possible, right? You understand what your risks are, and you try to reduce them as much as you possibly can. So, board members, I think that we need to take a vote on the parameters that we want to set up, as well as additional stats that we would like to monitor, right, in order to guide our decision in the future about when to open under a hybrid. So, Ed, I really appreciate your guidance and your recommendations, and I want to reiterate Ms. Herbert's comments. I want to thank you for being a leader in all of this and helping us wade through the multitudes of data and possibilities out there. So we have the 35 new cases per week in the system. I'm sorry, in the community, right? And so that's the distinction is in the community, not that would be excluding facility new cases. There's been a lot of discussion about positivity rates. I personally would like to have it out there as something that we at least monitor. I know that I've seen it in a lot of other state level guidance in the various state websites that I've been looking at. So I think if it's not one of our parameters, I think it definitely needs to be something that we track in terms of understanding the situation and understanding whether there are pitfalls or issues with testing going on at the time, or ability to get results back. It can at least be a lead indicator. I don't know if what other folks' thoughts are.
I think, and Mr. Singer, I'm just curious, I know you're saying it's less reliable than these other things, but if the positivity rate, I look at some of these other states where it's 8 or 10 and they're trying to do stuff. Ours, we've been blessed with it so low, but there's nothing wrong with us leaving it on here as one of the things we want to monitor, is it?
You can certainly leave it on there. The one thing that I'll point out to you is that every state's calculating this a little bit differently. And I'm not going to get into the argument between Hopkins and the governor's office over who's right and who's wrong, but I will say that Hopkins' positivity rate for the state of Maryland's about 2% higher than what the state's calculating. And, that both sides think they're right. And if you guys want to look at it and you want to have it out there as a number, there's nothing wrong with that. I just think that there's two different numbers that are essentially out there right now. And you might want to look at both Hopkins and what the Department of Health is publishing and see how they compare with other states.
Ed, is that something that you have the capability to calculate both ways?
I could probably get the data from both places. I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay, because the main difference in the calculation is that you're testing people, not tests. Like, so multiple, if one person takes them multiple times, you're only including that person once, correct?
Right. I think that's the difference between where Hopkins is and where the state is at this point in time. In other words, if you test Aunt Gertrude, who's in the nursing home 27 times, they only count that person once.
She only goes into the denominator one time.
Right.
Okay.
So I think that's largely where the disconnect is between those two numbers. And I could certainly I haven't been tracking the Hopkins numbers, the state's numbers on a regular basis, but I think they're probably out there, and we could dig them up and we can provide them to you as part of. I was going to try to update you guys every Wednesday or so anyway, and I could just have somebody dig those up and we can see where they stand. But I think if one thing that would be telling is looking at the Hopkins numbers throughout states throughout the country, and and seeing how close they are to what the states are reporting versus where they are and what Maryland's reporting.
So board members, would we want that as a parameter or as just a statistic to monitor?
Yeah, I'm not sure on the distinction, because I think what Mr. Singer's saying is, these all ought to be guidelines, not drop dead if it's 5.21 on one day, or if it's 12 in the ICU. I think these ought to be guidelines, and I think all four can be. You think?
Well, I think the recommendation, Ed, that you made on the 35 new cases in the community on a weekly basis, that was a parameter that you said that's kind of like almost a line in the sand of where you would feel comfortable opening up schools. So I view that as a parameter, whereas the other things are more of leading indicators that we might track as we go along, like the hospital beds, like to help us assess the situation, if there are other things that we should, it's because the situation is always changing, right? So to be able to monitor, say, okay, this leading indicator is looking a little bit troublesome, but those are all things that would cause the 35 new cases to become problematic, right?
And at least in the one document, you said a 2-week average. The 5 per day, a 2-week average, correct?
Well, what I was saying was we wanted to stay under that 35 number for 2 weeks.
For at least 2 weeks,
weeks in a row.
okay. Not an average, but okay.
Okay.
So if we had 50 one week and then we had 0 the next week, I would not be comfortable telling you that it's okay to open schools. We got to figure out why we had 50 the one week and then we had nothing the week after that. So we're looking at that number. When I'm talking about that number that's on that bar graph, that we want to see 2 weeks in a row for that to be below 35.
Okay. And I think based on what I've seen from all the other studies and articles that I've been looking at, I think that's a conservative number, but that's okay, right? Like we want to err on the side of safety, right?
Yeah.
And so are we comfortable with that being our primary metric? So 35 new cases in the community for 2 weeks in a row as our metric for when it would be acceptable to open up.
I'm good with that.
Okay, but the other additional things that we're going to monitor.
The other 3 things we're going to
The other 3 things we're going to monitor. So the positivity rate, the ICU and hospital usage, and the death rates in the community. Is that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm good with that.
Okay. So
Herbert, Ms. Dorsey?
any additional comments, questions?
Marcia?
I'm fine.
Ms. Dorsey?
Oh, she looks frozen.
Frozen.
We want to see if we can contact Dr. Dorsey. Thanks.
And I was just about to make the motion.
Well, while we're waiting for Dr. Dorsey to become unfrozen, just a couple of things to consider. I think I heard Mr. Singer say, this is something we want to watch for a few weeks here before we consider any decisions. I guess we need to be thinking about the other side of this too. The whole thing is we want to make sure we can, if we're to that place where we're moving into a hybrid, that we can stay there and not have to open and close kind of thing. So I would encourage us to be thinking about at what point do these metrics then trigger the opposite effect, right? Okay, and then I'm assuming, and John, I'll look to you, we'd probably want to include this in an amended version of our plan that we'd need to submit to the state, correct?
Yes, I would think that we would include this perhaps in the summary follow. Right now, the end of the summary sort of concludes with your vote on July 29 to approve the plan as it was then. I would think we might want to amend that part of the plan to record this action as well.
Okay. And
And
then,
maybe to note that if the state were to come out with their own metrics that would thereby override these metrics, we would acknowledge that in advance so that we would need to come back and
well, that was my next question is what if ultimately somebody at a state level says, okay, here are the metrics for school to reopen. And we've already put ours in place. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I'm
Right.
just
But
throwing
we
it
would
out
need to
there.
reconcile the two if that came, for lack of that guidance at the state level. That's why we're so appreciative of
Right.
Mr. Singer providing this on the county level. If that guidance should materialize at the state level, then we would certainly need to
And yeah, and I,
circle back and reconcile that.
and I think,
I'd simply suggest to you guys that you just put in whatever motion that you make and whatever you decide to do or whatever you decide to include in your plan, that if state guide, a caveat that if state guidance is received, that we'll follow that instead.
and we have to, right?
Right.
I mean, if we sat here and said, whatever, our superintendent's gonna sit on the corner of Main Street for the next month, and somebody says, no, he can't do that, you know,
Right.
again, I think that we should understand that if we get, I mean, if the state decides to reject the plan you submitted, then we need to drop back and punt. And
Right.
the same thing with this, if they come up with guidelines, I think it goes without saying that yes, we need to do it, but I think we need to be proactive and set something. Who knows, maybe they'll pick up ours.
I mean, this is really all for planning purposes, right? And to
Exactly.
take as much guesswork and anxiety out of it for people. If we say like, look, this is what we're planning on, then if this is our expectation, then we can plan around that and everybody can
Right.
figure out what they need to figure out in order to make this work.
Dr. Dorsey is on the phone now, so she is with
Okay.
us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Dr. Dorsey, did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we made a motion?
No, I think that top one, less than or equal to 35 new community cases per week would be a good metric for us to keep an eye on. I was just wondering, though, do we have an idea about the average length of time that it takes people to recover or recuperate? And is that broken down by age in any way?
I can address that. That's really easy. Unless somebody winds up hospitalized or has a more serious illness other than the average person, it's a 10-day period from the time that onset of symptoms or from a positive test until the person's no longer infectious. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to have any symptoms at all, but there's plenty of good scientific data out there from the CDC that even if you have mild symptoms, if your symptoms are improving after 10 days and it's been 10 days, you're not going to make anybody else sick. You still may not feel perfect after 10 days, but after 10 days, it's safe for you to go back out in the community and essentially safe for you to come back to school. Now, there is a caveat of being fever-free for 24 hours, but generally speaking, we've not seen a problem with that. It's generally, after the 10 days are up, I don't think we've seen anybody in Carroll County other than those people that have been hospitalized that haven't been able to be released to go back out into the community, go back to work, go back to school, go back to daycare, whatever.
Okay.
Mr. Singer, along with that, the recovery time, and I think what we do at work, they have to go take another test. What if I test positive tomorrow, then when do I test again, and if I test negative 5 days from now, is it over, or am I still going to be quarantined?
So the recommendations from CDC are that if you've tested positive, that you not get tested again for at least 90 days. Because a lot of people will still shed viral particles and still test positive even after they're no longer infectious. So the CDC recommendations right now and what we're using at the health department to clear people to go back to work or school or whatnot is not having them tested again. It's following that either the time-based criteria, which if somebody doesn't have any symptoms and they test positive, then it's 10 days if they don't develop any symptoms, or it's 10 days from when the person first has symptoms and they're fever-free for at least 24 hours. So we would not be recommending to retest anybody that's tested positive.
Thanks.
Da Vinci, do you have anything or any comments that you wanted to say?
No, I'm good. I think that this is a good parameter that's been set by Mr. Singer, so thank you.
Thanks for doing that. Okay, so then, and Ed, I do want to make one last comment of, I want to thank you and especially how you said, we're letting the science and the data help us make these decisions. So we're trying to take as much guesswork out of it as possible. So appreciate all of your guidance on that front. And with that, I will make a motion.
That I would add, because I think I heard the superintendent kind of start off on this question, is when do we possibly have to go in the other direction? And I think regardless, if you guys decide to reopen, regardless what these numbers do, that you stay open unless the number of kids that you've got in isolation and quarantine makes the operation of the school impractical. And I think that's a decision that'll have to be made amongst the superintendent and me as the health officer when we determine, do we have too many kids that are sick or too many kids that are in quarantine to be able to effectively run the school from an in-person standpoint. So I think once you guys make that decision to go back, you go back and these numbers are out there, but I don't think those numbers necessarily drive any decision to potentially reclose schools unless we have an issue where you have a number of people that are either sick or in quarantine that makes it no longer practical to have school operations. So that's my thought on that, and I kind of heard that coming out from somebody, and I just wanted to throw that in there as a parting thought before I leave you all to your devices. So have a nice night. Thanks for having me, and we'll see you the next time you meet.
Okay, thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
And that's a great distinction. And I think that's, just because the numbers might jump to, I think we need to set the expectation is that the number of new cases, there are going to be additional positives, right? Like after we open up and there is more exposure in the community, but it's the hospital and the death data that then would follow from that we say, okay, so if it pops up to 38 deaths, oh my gosh, 38 new cases, that 38 deaths would be horrendous. 38 new cases in a month, that wouldn't be a trigger for us to say we got to shut it down. That's really what the quarantining and the contact tracing is for at that point, right, to limit the spread any further from that point. So it's probably a good caveat to make in the parameters that this is just for the initial reopening decision. But then once school operations are open, that we need to potentially revisit those. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yes. Yeah, I think the plan will have protocols in it and stuff will be happening if there's a case and that'll control, if that gets too wild, you're going to say, I'm not sure she could keep doing this. If that's sporadic and works, and I think we'll learn a lot maybe prior to that by what's happening at Career and Tech and small groups, and hopefully we'll have a confidence level from some of that.
Right, and that was part of the original thinking with that sort of small group ramp up. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So with that, I'll make the motion that we follow Ed Singer's recommendation for the parameter being 35 new cases in the community for 2 weeks in a row. And then that we need to fall underneath those levels. And that the other statistics that we want to monitor closely as leading indicators for that statistic are hospital and IC utilization, number of deaths in the community, and the positivity rate.
As calculated by local and...
As calculated by local and on a state level. And those are the parameters and the leading indicators that we're tracking in order to make the initial school opening decision on a hybrid basis. Do we have anything to add to that motion? And then do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Was that Dr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Seconded by Dr. Dorsey. All right. Board members, any other comments, anything to add to that motion?
One question.
Yes.
So if you reach that level that you're talking about in your motion, are you giving any consideration to how much time between that point and going more hybrid?
Yes, we had talked about how quickly the switch could be flipped, right? In terms of when we make the decision, we meet those criteria, we make the decision, and then it would take, Dr. Lockard, you had opined that it would be about 2 weeks.
I mean, that'd probably be the minimum. Again, as I stated earlier, I think some people who are either on the fence about sending their students back, and potentially changing their mind, could drive some of the planning we have to do for transportation and classroom setup, et cetera. We also have to get into consideration of our staffing, which we'll talk about here next, and that'll play a piece in that, certainly a big piece in that as well. So the more time, the better. I'm just going to advocate for staff because we want to do it and do it right. So I would put 2 weeks as the minimum amount of time to sort of flip the switch.
I have a question, if I could make a comment.
Yes, Commissioner Frazier.
You're talking about it, the metrics are 35 and so forth. I've listened to the whole thing. But you're not considering a split day model at all? It's just going back to the hybrid model? That's all we're looking at right now?
I would think the split day model would not be beneficial because I think that would be too much strain on transportation, our custodial staff, and even the teachers. I think there'd be too much mix. I think with our original thought of the AA break BB, that'd be more financially and cleaning wise easier and better to do.
Okay, but has anyone fleshed that out though? I mean, you can sit back and say it's be more difficult for this and this, and it may be, but then again, it may not be. I'd just like to keep that in the mix until it gets fleshed out. That's all I'm asking for.
Sure. John, what was the projected, because we'd have to double our transportation costs for doing twice the amount of runs each day?
Right.
And we did, Commissioner Frazier, I appreciate the question, and we did ask staff to flesh that out, right? We did have them look at those potential options, and it was transportation and cleaning, I think, were the two biggest issues that were going to add significantly to the cost.
And there would be too much, because that's why we decided not to do the AB break AB, because there had been too much of the cross of the students and potentially carrying it home versus the AA break BB.
Well,
and so, John, I didn't mean to cut you off when you were about to answer Dr. Lockard's question about transportation.
Correct. And we did look at, as you said, President Savigny, transportation, some of the cleaning protocols, also staffing challenges. And for the last two, we didn't necessarily come up with solutions, or it's a little harder to put a firm number on them. For transportation, to be fair, it's probably not good to say it would literally double the cost, but a good portion of your transportation budget would be replicated. So the amount of money that is in our transportation account that goes to the contractors to pay for their buses, their drivers, et cetera, is 18 to 20 million, depending on the amount of traffic a given year. That seems like a phenomenal number to folks, but when you think about it, we're doing over 5 million miles a year. So that's a lot. Some of the costs built into the transportation formula, which you're actually going to deal with a little bit later on the agenda, are costs that presumably wouldn't repeat. The PVA, or the per vehicle allotment, for instance, that's the payment for the purchase of the bus, the administrative allotment, which loosely deals with the contractor's overhead. Those would presumably not be a double cost, but all of the formula that deals with salary for drivers, assistants, and miles, the maintenance miles and the fuel for those miles would sort of be, as we see it, at least as we understood it, and Mike and I and his team started to look at it, you're gonna make generally the same runs 2 times a day. And so a decent portion, let's say to be very conservative, half of that 18 million, or to be probably more somewhere realistic, a half to 2/3 of that budget would need to somehow be replicated. And we're not, we're in no way in a position to be able to pull that off financially, even if we could logistically. So that's just one example of what we looked at, but it's something we explored.
Okay, just one last comment on this, and I'll let it drop. But the fact is, if you're looking at this in response to COVID, and we are, the state and federal government both have grants available to pay for that extra transportation and the extra cleaning and everything else. So it wouldn't come out of the county's pocket. It wouldn't come out of your budget. There are grants available for that. But I'll let it drop there. Move on. I don't want to be here all night.
Okay. Board members, as I'm thinking about it, we probably wanted to add to that motion is so long as it's, if the state comes out with additional guidance, that we would need to revisit and reconcile that with the state guidance. Is that?
Yeah, I think it's understood, but I can't, it doesn't hurt to add it.
It doesn't hurt to have it as part of the
Yep.
motion, right? Okay. It sounds like we're in a good place, so I would then call for the vote on the parameters and the statistics that we're going to track as amended, because we just added that caveat. So all those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? And Dr. Dorsey, since you're on the phone, I just want to make sure that I did hear that as an aye.
Yes, I gave a second and an aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, that passes unanimously then. Thank you very much, board members. And I know Ed is gone, but just want to thank him one last time for all of his support and assistance as we're going down these fun waters.
I'd like to make a motion. We talked timing. I heard loud and clear from staff and parents that we're not giving people enough time to plan. I think we've countered that, but it doesn't seem to matter. That's the perception. Mr. Singer talked about the metrics, which we just made a motion on. We meet again in 2 weeks. We meet again in 4 weeks. I personally think we need to nail this down. I like goals. I don't always like schedules, but they're necessary. So I'd like to make a motion. If I get a second, we can surely discuss it. We can surely amend it. We can surely vote for it or against it. But I'd very much like to make a motion. When teachers officially begin on August 31st and students begin enhanced virtual learning on September 8th, we strongly encourage teachers to be in the schools in their classrooms. We are working hard to keep the buildings safe, and we will continue efforts to keep them safe. That means they're not required. We're strongly recommending. Currently, some teachers and custodians and food service staff have been in the buildings since March. Currently, some teachers, administrators, custodian, food services, daycare, and other small groups are using the buildings following appropriate guidelines. On October 19, 2020, the schools will open hybrid. As the state allows. And again, if state overrules something, that overrules it at that time. To properly prepare for this, and while continuing to teach enhanced virtual learning, teachers will be required to be in the building beginning October 1st. It is in the best interest of the students, families, and staff to make this decision now. We need our students face-to-face with their teachers as soon as safely possible. This gives 5 to 6 weeks for everyone to properly plan. We have at least 3 more meetings during this period. The superintendent, board, and staff will continue to monitor the conditions, the metrics, and guidelines we've set, and all measures to take to ensure the buildings are safe during this period, and we will reevaluate this plan as necessary. Does anybody want to second that?
We need to discuss, we need to have a second to discuss.
All right, I'll second to discuss.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Battaglia for discussion purposes.
Okay.
What was the beginning of your motion, Mr. Kyler? Just say those first few words again.
Well, in essence, the beginning is we are not requiring the teachers to be in the building to teach virtual.
On September 8th.
When students start September 8th, when teachers start August 31st, we strongly encourage them to be in those schools, but it's not required. They're welcome to be in the classes, correct? They're welcome to be there, but don't have to be.
Our existing plans is highly encouraged, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, can we wait and see what data Cindy has from the employees? Again, I'm concerned about people with health needs. Again, we're in this pandemic, so we need to see where people are with their health needs. Is what I would like to recommend. I mean, can we just hold off with what you're suggesting until we hear that data from Cindy, from Mrs. McCabe?
I do want to get clarification real quick. We have said from the beginning that no matter if we're in phase 2 or phase 3, if a staff member or families or students did not feel comfortable returning to the classroom, that there would be a waiver for that, correct?
No, and I'll ask John to jump in here. What we've said is we will, when we move to the hybrid, we'll continue to provide an all virtual option for families. For staff, if we're returning for a hybrid, we're going to need our staff to return to work.
Okay.
There are options that staff can choose, and that's what we surveyed them on. There are options that they can choose. They can take any sort of approved leave that's availed to them, whether that's FMLA, whether that's the coronavirus first family medical leave, whether it's an approved leave of absence, whether it's retirement, resignation. And we have that data to share with you. We have been talking up to this point about some of the concerns that staff have as a reason why we put in the original plan that we strongly encourage folks who want to come in to do that while we're all virtual. But once we return to work, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but that changes that paradigm from strongly encouraged to we would need folks to return to work.
Correct. So this sort of goes back to that lengthy conversation with Mr. O'Mealy at the previous meeting, I think. What you refer to as sort of a waiver, there'll be a group of employees who would be able to apply under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and just to be technical, that would be called a reasonable accommodation, and presumably that might largely be a reasonable accommodation request to work only virtually. And if they meet the conditions of the ADA and have the documentation, then Ms. Baptist and her staff would appropriately approve those requests, and Ms. McCabe and Mr. Anderson and others would try to figure out how to match those folks up. During the virtual period, well, really during any period, but especially the virtual period, if it only was strongly encouraged and people could work at home or not, then we don't have to get into things. Well, we don't even really have to get into the reasonable accommodation request, but we don't have to get into leave. And the pandemic, and we'll have to rethink some of this in practice, I know, but prior to the pandemic and historically, like throughout my whole career, if as Dr. Lockhart, I think, just said, if you're compelling people, if you're saying you must now report, and I write in and say, well, I can, and I need to access a legal form of leave to not have to report, historically you don't have somebody on approved leave and also working, because if you're on leave, you're supposed to be on leave. You then assume some liability risks and some other things. When you look at the data here in a bit, if those numbers hold for real, then that's going to be really, really, really challenging to make a school or a school system go. And so there's a nuance to, and I think this is what Mr. O'Mealy was getting at last time. There's a nuance between the requirement or not, because if it's required and I can't come in, and I have every right to my legal leave. Well, it would be Chantress and her team, but I grant you your leave. But if you're on leave, our historical practice, which most businesses would have, is that you're supposed to be on leave. There's tweaks to that in the normal pre-COVID world. You could have intermittent FMLA, for instance, Family Medical Leave Act, but that's more of a scenario in traditional times where I could come in 3 days a week, but not all 5, and we would grant something like that, an intermittent use of FMLA. But here we would be saying, or we'd have to figure out, I guess, what we'd be saying. But, pandemic notwithstanding, we would be saying, you, Ms. Battaglia, are on approved leave. You have to be on leave. Now it would open up this category beyond the folks who get an ADA reasonable accommodation to say, can we have someone on leave, but also let them work? And that would be kind of new ground for us, I guess, is the best way to say it. And I'm not saying we wouldn't do that. We would be spending, and I've already told Mr. Amelia that, and Ms. Eisenberg, we'll be spending a lot of time on the phone and on Microsoft Teams with them sorting out some revisions to what might have been our historical process on leave approvals.
Can we consider in your motion, Mr. Kyler, if we just take a look at this virtual beginning of our school year, can we look at that piece separately and then move beyond that, as we're ready to go into the hybrid model? I think what I'm hearing is a lot of anxiety of people really wanting to know what's going to happen next week. What's going to be the requirement? What's going to be the expectation? So can we at least look at this piece first so we can get the school year started, relieve some of the stress and the tension that it sounds like some of the teachers are experiencing in just not knowing what the expectation is for the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. I personally, if my motion's made and second, if it fails, then we can drop back and do that. I just look at it, we sit here and talk metrics, we sit here and talk criteria. So September 23rd, we're going to meet and say, man, the metrics have been great for 3 weeks. Oh, but we did a survey and our teachers aren't going to come in. And then we're in November, and then we're in December, and then we're in January. January, there hasn't been a case for a month, but our teachers need daycare. If we don't, and the criticism I kept hearing in emails, the survey wasn't clear. I couldn't really answer it. How do I know this? How do I know that? Let's make it real, and let's find out if we're going to ever start school hybrid or we're not. And again, we just passed metrics. If we get here, whatever, pick a date, September 23rd, and say, oh, the metrics are bad, then we got to say, we got to reevaluate this, whatever, back it up a month. This isn't, nobody's going to be executed on October 19th. But if we don't set a date, we're going to be sitting here in December talking about what we're doing in the next semester. And I just keep going back to 60% of our families say they want their kids in school. And we said, I'm glad you did our survey. Thank you very much. We don't care. And then the other thing, and I know it's not easy, but you're saying at hybrid, 59% said they were to 10 and 15% maybe. So let's say that's 60%. Then don't we have a need for virtual teachers? And I know it's not easy. This is going to be a nightmare whenever we do it. And the easiest thing would be for the governor to say you can open full. And again, if only 60% attend in, where are we? But I feel very strongly, if we don't set a goal, if we don't set some guidelines, we're going to be talking about this in 6 months and wondering why our kids aren't in school. The other thing, which again, isn't a major factor, but I look at 1,000 or 2,000 kids are going to homeschool or go to private school, and the nightmare that's going to cause us financially in a year or two. Some of the staff, they might not have to worry about a job when that happens. And I feel for them. if we set at least some kind of a goal, will a lot of those families say, well, wow, I can wait it out a couple months. You know, I really don't want to switch schools. And like I say, we may sit here in September and say, well, October 19th has to become November 23rd or whatever. That could happen. Nothing makes this cast in stone, but at least it sets a goal for us on something we want to achieve.
And Mr. Kyler, what I think I hear you saying is because one of the biggest, like in all the feedback that we got from the teachers and the community, that it was all about timing, right? Like you didn't give us enough time in order to react to this. And we heard that loud and clear, which is why I think you're making the recommendation to say on September 8th, it's strongly encouraged,
Yes. Yeah, we're
not
making it.
required, for teachers to be in the buildings on September 8th, right? And so because we're recognizing the fact that it was too short of a time frame in order for them to
Yes.
do what they needed to do in order to make that happen.
And again,
Primarily from a daycare perspective,
yes.
but
Or planning.
potentially other things as well. But what you're saying is, if we can declare now, if we hit the parameters,
this is the soonest possible
this
date.
is the soonest possible date that it could happen, but start planning for it for that date,
And
right?
I-
So that people have a heads up that
Yeah.
they need to start planning.
And like you're saying, I had a number of teachers, obviously a few have called and talked to me lately, but very positive conversations, and they're like, whatever, I have 2 students here and I do this. And I said, well, just hypothetically, so virtual, I understand. Why do you want to pay for daycare when you think you can do an excellent job at home? And I feel they can. We have great teachers. But I said, what happens if we go hybrid? Well, then I need to make plans and get in school. And I said, how soon would you like to know? Man, if you could tell me today, I can plan. And I just strongly feel we need to do that.
So
Probably
under-
not making you sleep any better, but I just feel like we gotta set a goal.
I appreciate that conversation. I think we're closer to that, having some metrics, but I thought I heard Mr. Singer during this meeting say, now's not the right time to make a decision on a starting point at this point in time. I think he was looking at, let's look over the next few weeks to see how that trend goes. But I hear you, Mr. Kyler, in that, you know, we are going to have to return at some point. We want to do that. The longer time we have to plan for that, the better, because we can all try to make those plans about what's our decision going to be. I do think, to Dr. Dorsey's point, it's important for us to look at this data that we've collected this evening to help inform some of that decision making as well.
And I understand, and Mr. Singer said that. He also said, you guys need to decide with my guidelines. And I look at it, we have 3 meetings. This gives staff 5 weeks to decide, do they want to be in the building or not? Can they be? Do they have health issues or daycare issues? This gives parents 7 weeks. And again, and I feel for our staff, but I know a lot of people, a lot of parents that have daycare issues and computer issues and independently of this, you know, we heard tonight that some of our schools won't cover the technology needed to teach, and I'm curious about that, but that's a different subject. But
Yeah,
I
that's
just
not
feel
an issue.
strongly.
I would
we
like
need
to address that
Yeah, yes.
particular issue because I know that we've asked Mr. Davis to opine on that. I don't know if Mr. Davis is on the phone
He is.
tonight. Okay.
Yep.
But I just feel strongly this is just setting a goal. And I think if we don't set a goal, we're going to come in here in 4 weeks and we're going to be talking about, well, maybe they ought to come in December 1st. And then somebody's going to say, well, why don't we wait to the end of the semester? And again, I've had parents contact me. One of the teachers told me today, and I forget which country's doing it. They just said, anybody wants to have a gap year. Next year, you're starting 5th grade, you can start it next year when we can really have school. Parents are frustrated. I think we owe them some kind of an answer on what we're trying to do. And if October 19th becomes the week after Thanksgiving because of metrics, because of staff, because of whatever, we're going to reevaluate it as needed. I mean, that's my feelings. And again, if my other board members don't agree, it's a motion I made, and
Marcia's got a question.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
She's waving her hand.
Ms. Herbert, were you trying to get in on that?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? I think you
Yes.
all hear me. Look, I was a parent, I was a mother, I taught, I'm a grandmother and a business owner. And the one thing, all of my titles is I want to be organized. And I think I like making a date, and it's not etched in stone. It can be a rolling date. And I also like the idea that we have these metrics now, and if they aren't met, nothing happens. But if we don't set something and be organized, let the teachers know what's going on, let the parents know what's going on. That way we have something in place. And I know these are circumstances like we've never had before, and we need to prepare for this rollout phase. We are already having small groups in schools. We will find out how this is going to work with the small groups. And I think by setting a date and reevaluating, that is a really big positive thing. And we did not say that every teacher has to be in a classroom. And I think we are giving options. We are giving plenty of time. And I think everyone will be included. But people want to know when. And I think if we set a date, that will help us be organized and let the public know, let the educators know. And Ed Singer is the one that's going to call the final shot, not us to say that we did not meet the parameters. And I understand that, but I think if we all work together here, we've got something good. And at least we've got a focal point that we can move to. And if it doesn't work, don't open schools. I don't want to open schools and then have to close them. I want to be safe. And I want to be smart for everyone. So I just think with these parameters, the guidance of Ed Singer and others, we are going in the right direction. But people want to know things in a time frame, and they can't grab it out of the sky unless we set up some ideas.
Right, we need to provide some expectations for planning purposes.
And the public, the parents want to know what are they going to do this fall? Everybody, it's so much uncertainty for everyone. I know I'm going to have my grandchildren starting September 8th. They have been with me ever since March 13th. People want to know what's going on with their lives in the next couple months. So I think setting a date is a real positive effect.
Right, and I think everyone had looked at that date earlier, that October date, when we were saying that, by then we can sort of reevaluate the conditions to see where we are. Again, my concern is getting started. And again, I know we're going to be looking at, the metrics and that information and making, the decision, okay, whether we move into a hybrid model or not. But again, I'm just, again, looking at during this virtual environment, making sure that our teachers have the choice of whether they want to work in their classrooms. Because again, like I said the last time, some of our staffs and our faculties are pretty large. So when you start getting 100 plus people in a building, some of them sharing common spaces, you're just setting up a situation where, again, you're putting staff members at risk. And I understand the kids aren't there, but again, the pandemic is still in the air. So again, and then again, with all the cleaning that's going to have to be done. So again, I am really going to be pushing for making sure that we're looking at giving our professionals the option of whether they're doing this during this virtual environment, going to go to the classroom. And again, some of the comments that we've been seeing, people have been investing money into fixing up their home offices. They've gotten extra equipment so that they can be ready to teach virtually from their home offices. And, they've, again, built in their child care arrangements a lot of times, sort of encompassed with that. So again, for those folks who feel that they can certainly work from home virtually, I think they ought to certainly be given that option. And for those, and even for the ones who are working virtually, again, there might be times when they have to scoot to school for something. But again, I don't want them to feel like, that they really have to. Because again, I'd like to honor where we are in this pandemic.
And that was part of your motion, right, Mr.
Yeah, I was
Kylie?
gonna
You
say,
said that you were on September 8th, it would be strongly encouraged,
We encourage.
not required.
And again, and Dr. Dorsey, you know a lot of the teachers way better than I, but I heard from teachers, some of the ones, a couple that were here tonight, very vocal about them having the choice, which I respect. They've told me, I'm probably going to go into the school. I had a couple tell me, I tried to use the school back in March and April, and I was finally told I wasn't allowed to be there anymore. I like using the school. So yeah, and the other thing I think, and you guys will all yell at me in a couple months, our teachers love what they're doing. I think they're going to very pleasantly surprise us when push comes to shove and we're really ready to open. If Mr. Singer's numbers stay safe, if the small groups, if stuff works, I think a lot of them are going to be there. And I think,
again, I agree with you on that. I mean, that's what teachers want. They want to be in their classrooms with their students. So again, we're just acknowledging that, now is not the safest time.
I agree.
To have them in, and again, I am all in favor of giving folks the option of how they start during this virtual environment.
And I want to make sure that we don't get the cart before the horse as well, right? Like, so we set the parameters, but there's also a process that has to follow, right? Like, we want to open as soon as it is safe to do so, but that has two prongs to it, right? There's the parameters that we're safe from a public health perspective, but also all the things that we're going to be doing in the school buildings, right? There is a ton of work going on right now in terms of what we're doing in the school buildings, but I don't think that it's been well enough publicized and gotten out there in front of the teachers and in front of the community. I think it would really, and one of the things that we want, one of the reasons why we were talking about wanting the teachers to come in a little early is because we want them to help us help them feel safe, right? Like, if they're in their classroom, they can say, I've got issues with this door. I've got issues with my windows not opening. Is the HVAC in here, functioning properly? Like, how do I clean these surfaces? How do I get my desks 6 feet apart? How do I configure my room? Those are all things that need to happen before the students come back in. But I believe we do have it built into the opening plan under when we would move to a hybrid that teachers would be coming in 2 weeks before the students. Is that correct, Dr. Lockhart?
That's correct. To the points you were making, I was in 6 schools on Thursday of last week, 2 elementary, 2 middle, 2 high. They are already doing a lot of the things that you just talked about with looking at desk configuration and furniture and where we're going to put things and hallway traffic and where we're going to be putting signage and all of that is happening. And I visited with new teachers and veteran teachers and administrators and custodial staff. And then, yes, in our plan, page 52, we had already said school and office staff will return to support the CCPS reopening plan and student learning effective 2 weeks prior to opening again for in-person learning under the hybrid model. So we have already indicated in our approved plan from July 29th that it would be approximately 2 weeks before we begin the hybrid.
And again, my last sentence, the superintendent, board, and staff will continue to monitor the conditions, metric, guidelines, all measures taken to ensure the buildings are safe during this period and reevaluate this plan as needed. Like I say, I know it's not easy, but I just think, again, I think I heard loud and clear, and some of the ones that were very passionate about, like Dr. Dorsey says, I want to have the choice in virtual, and I said, well, what about hybrid? Well, can you please give me as much notice as possible? It wasn't, no, I won't do it. It's, please give me enough notice, I'll find somebody to watch my kids, because that's the kind of teachers we have. Now, there's going to be some health issues, and there's some fear in this, but, and then, not part of this motion, but I wanted to talk tonight a little bit about marketing and PR, because we are getting questions of, has anything been done about this? Well, yes. I've had parents ask me, is my kid going to get to take SATs? I said, in his own school. I mean, what? Well, I didn't know that, and I don't, you know, and I know we could have billboards on 140 and they still wouldn't know it, but you know,
Well, I think you're right about the marketing and the PR effort. Like I would, and I think it's all interrelated. It's hard to have any one of these conversations individually, but I think it still makes sense in the context of the motion that we're discussing right now.
Yeah, board members, let's limit it. Let's limit this to the motion. Let's keep the conversation discreet.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to recommend that, and part of, giving people enough notice and getting them comfortable that we're opening in a safe manner, I'd like to recommend that we bring in some independent consultants to take a look at the buildings, right? To say, okay, yes, you've done your traffic patterns, right? Like you've got your arrows on the floors, you've got your plexiglass where you need it, you've got your doors bolted open where they need to be bolted open, you've got signage where it needs to be, and we have those consultants. I think that would give people a sense of security in terms of it's safe to come in the building. And then when the teachers do come in 2 weeks early, according to the plan, they would have the ability to provide additional input, right, into their rooms and any things that still need to be done before the students come. And I think it would be a good idea to have our administrators do an infomercial to each one of their communities, saying, take videos of the schools and saying, this is what's been done, this is how the school is going to look different this year, right? This hallway is one directional, this stairway is one directional, the cafeterias aren't going to be used, the lunchroom workers are going to bring the food to the rooms. Like, so kind of do an infomercial of this is everything that's been done, and it's kind of building community confidence, so to speak, right? And the teachers. And I think that would go a long way towards making people understand, like, we're only going to do this when it's safe to do so, and help us help you feel safe.
Right, and all those things that you just referenced during the works, I saw Cindy pop up. I know I've talked to Carrie about this. John can talk about the outside consultant as well. Those are all things that we have. Cindy, did you want to say something there real quick?
Yeah. To Mr. Vicky's point about principals getting out videos and showing what things will look like, we'll certainly be moving in that direction during the month of September. Right now, principals are, as you can imagine, up to their eyeballs with new teachers returning, as well as distributing laptops and working on internet needs. So there's a lot going on right now. But once we get those things distributed and the school year started, before we go back in hybrid, yes, we will be doing some marketing to each of our communities from our schools, so that our parents can see what some of the spaces inside the school will look like, whether it's a classroom, cafeteria, media center, etc.
Okay.
And
Mrs. McCabe, I had a question, like with the back to school meetings. Are we going to be having those virtually, either with the whole school or the classroom teachers?
Yes.
I was going to say, I've gotten a couple
school
invites.
nights will be held virtually this year. And they've been planned, and the dates have been given out to communities. So I think people are really looking forward to those.
Okay. So Kenny, then back to your original point of we're basically trying to give people time to understand, and plan, right? So I think hearing what we heard from Ed tonight, that our so that we set our parameters and what we're going to watch, and they're all trending in the right direction. And this could happen soon enough that we would be able to vote on a date come the September board meeting, right? So what that would mean is that it could happen, so teachers might need to be back in the buildings as early October for a mid-October hybrid opening, correct? So I think if we signal that, right, that the expectation of how things are flowing, that it could happen as early October, and that's what we need to plan. That's what they need to plan for.
Right, we've originally said that we would revisit this decision no later than October 14th, not on October 14th, but
Yep.
no later than
Right.
October 14th, one way or the other.
And like I say again, if one thing I've learned, and my motion said October 1st and October 19th, that gives 5 to 7 weeks for all stakeholders to have input. And the motion includes that we're going to reevaluate. So again, I feel strongly, this isn't an approximate date. This is the earliest possible date. I can't see us doing anything to move it quicker, but this is the earliest possible date. And we may in 2 weeks say, oh, wow, the numbers changed, back it up 2 weeks. But I think we need to get it nailed down, or like I say, we're going to be here between Thanksgiving and Christmas wondering when we're going to open.
Is there any reason why well, I think the metrics would drive whether we're here, with Thanksgiving or Christmas. Is there any reason why we can't stick to the original plan that says 2 weeks prior to the hybrid start?
That teachers would report to the
Oh,
building?
so, yeah, I mean, what you're saying this is a couple days off?
I didn't look at the exact number.
Yeah,
of days,
October
but
19th, 2 weeks would be October 5th. Yes. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I just thought, I don't know why October 1st was a Thursday. I don't know why I said that.
Marcia, I know you had your hand up.
As somebody, Dr. Lockhart talked in that he had sent us the email how a lot of teachers have been in and are already working hard and they are in their schools. So that's what I was going to bring up. I just don't need to reiterate that. Thank you.
I think we also do need to acknowledge that, yes, there are going to be people, whether it be parents and students and staff, that do not feel comfortable because of underlying conditions that is laid out within the CDC guidelines. And somehow be able to work into that. Because I know we have had that discussion about trying to pair up virtual with virtual, if in any way possible. And
As much as possible.
As much as possible.
Marry the virtual kids with the virtual teachers.
Right. And that way you don't, a teacher does not feel that they have to take leave, that they can still do their work virtually. We want to make we want everyone to feel comfortable about going back, and that's definite for any situation. I know we even saw that within a lot of the surveys. So I think that's something that, we can potentially work out.
Okay,
Board
so-
members, I have a question. Other than the first sentence of Mr. Hyler's motion, is the rest of this not premature because based on the motion you earlier passed regarding the 35 new cases and all of that? I mean, you really don't know what your timeline is going to be, correct?
We don't know what the timeline is going to be, but I think Mr. Kyler's point was, from a planning perspective, let's signal what our intent is. Like, it could happen as early as such and such date and plan accordingly. Is that?
Yes.
Right, like, we're
yes.
not
And that-
actually-
Yeah, I wanted to see the metrics first before I made the motion. And once we have the metrics, and Mr. Singer was saying he thinks by our next meeting, he'll feel better by mid-September, and I thought these dates were appropriate as the earliest possible to do it, and I'm not violating the metrics because the superintendent, board, and staff will continue to monitor the conditions, metric guidelines, and all measures taken to ensure the buildings are safe during this period and reevaluate this plan as needed. So I don't think it's premature. I
But
know,
is that what's already in the reopening plan with those 2 weeks prior to October 14th, I think was the date, Dr. Lockhart?
well, October 19th was what I said to open, so if the plan says 2 weeks before, Ms. Patag, you seconded, right? Can I amend my motion to say we'll be in the buildings October 5th, which is 2 weeks before the 19th? And then she has to second my amendment, right?
I think we have to have the discussion, and then we may amend the motion
So that
towards the end.
so the coming into the
Finish the
building is
discussion.
2 weeks prior to the dates it starts per the reopening plan.
Right, and I don't think it needs to be part of the motion because it's already in the school plan that we voted on, correct?
But in the motion, I said October 1st. So I'm contradicting the plan.
Okay.
I would think we want the motion to match the plan. And that's what you were asking, Dr. Locker, right?
I think it's
Correct.
important to say that we're signaling this is our intent.
Yes.
Right, like if all the metrics are met, our intent is to open as soon as it is safe to do so, which we're now thinking at the earliest point would be October 19th, which would mean inherently, because of the plan, that teachers would be reporting on the 5th. But from a planning perspective, it could happen as early as October 5th for the teachers, so plan accordingly. And it could happen as early as the 19th for families, so plan accordingly.
Yep.
Is that, so it's not that we're saying that October 19th is the date, it's that we're signaling our intent that that is the earliest that it could happen, plan accordingly. Just to give people an idea.
My opinion is the motion is saying, provided we meet all the metrics, all the guidelines, all the measures, it would open October 19th, but be reevaluated. So yes, and it says October 19th, but it's being evaluated every time we meet and every day for some lucky people. And if it slides, it slides. I agree. I think I would like to have it amend the thing to say October 5th, not 1st, so the motion's in accordance with the reopening plan. But beyond that, yes, that's the intent.
And I just want to say again, I think we need to take into consideration the data from the survey from our employees, because that's going to drive also a lot of what we're able to do moving forward.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Can we wait? And I know the motion is on the floor right now, but can we sort of hold that until we look at the additional information that's going to be presented?
I think that makes sense, if we can table the motion long enough to look at the survey information to see the results of that.
And I'm fine with tabling it until we do one more item, but I guess my question would be, so if we keep doing surveys and teachers don't want to come into the building, we're just not going to open? That's depressing. That's depressing.
No, I think it's a reality we have to deal
Oh,
with. If people end up taking whatever leave is afforded to them, we have to respond accordingly so that we can have classes running.
Oh, I understand.
We come back. I don't want to put students in a situation where they don't have a teacher or a staff member.
I understand. And if we don't get the clock start ticking, we'll never know.
Yeah.
But yes, do we have to make a motion to table or?
I make a motion to table until after we discuss the survey from the teachers.
Okay, and I second that motion.
We'll do this.
All in favor? That we'll circle back after we have this next discussion. All in favor? Can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, so Dr. Locker, do we want to bring up Cindy and go through the?
Well, unless we're going to come back to here, like I say, I had a couple questions. The tech in schools, we've heard from a number of the teachers, and I don't know whether it's a talking point or it's reality, that if we actually came into the school building, and we heard it tonight in comments, and we tried to teach, everything would lock down because we can't do it. And again, it's like the PPE, the cleanliness and everything. I'm pretty confident that you guys have all this covered to the best way you can have it covered. And it's like a lot of things, some people aren't seeing the facts. So do we need to market and PR? And I recognize you're going 100 miles an hour trying to start virtual, but I don't know how we get the word out to people. And if some of this is just talking points to try to, well, you can't do this because the hall's the wrong color, then maybe we need to ignore it. But I've heard that in a number of emails, and I heard that tonight. And then like just the marketing in general, and I don't know what the answer is, because this is televised. The Carroll County Times is going to nicely cover us all in the morning. And maybe we can get with the Carroll County media that's been so cooperative and do some things. I think I sent you one of a superintendent doing like a 20-minute infomercial, and you'd do better than he did. I know that. I don't know when you'd have time, but you know, I don't know what the answer is to get the word out to people. And I see the same thing. I mean, we had a wrestling program since the early 70s. One of my classmates said, my son really wanted to wrestle. It's a shame there's not a program around here. And you're like,
Right.
I think you've seen our match. You know, I don't know how you get the word out, but I think there is a marketing thing that maybe we need to look at.
Right, and I think people are hungry for it.
Yeah.
Right.
So if I may, we are ramping up for the virtual start, and our principals are our best conduit for reaching their communities, and they're actively doing that right now. I've seen the newsletters and the emails and all that. Ms. Gaddis and I have been talking about then the next communication strategy for getting to the hybrid and sharing with people, here's what we said in our plan, here's what it looks like in our schools. We can do that at a 30,000-foot level, but as a parent, I want to hear from my child's school and my child's principal,
Yes.
because I recognize that hallway or that
Right.
classroom.
Need eyes on it.
Right, and as Cindy said earlier, we're talking about how we want to do that. But we are totally focused right now on all the things that come with a virtual start, and it's been a ton of work. But that is in the work. That piece is in the works. Karen and I were just talking about that the other day.
And one of the things that has to be way harder, like I say, the spring, you guys were up and running ahead of any other county. I think you did better than any other county. I think the plans are going to be way better in the fall. The disadvantage is all those teachers knew those kids intimately. They've all got new kids now. There's some kids at a new school, because I'm thinking when you say that, yeah, if I hear from the principal, I'm fine. Well, wait a minute, my kid was at William Winchester last year. They're at East Middle. Who's that principal? You know, and it's so many transitions going on all at once that we didn't. If there was anything positive about this spring, we didn't have to deal with that.
It is, but there have been so many of just those kinds of things already happening as we gear up for the next school year, with introductions to, the new school, whether it's a transition from elementary to middle, virtual tours, meet the staff. I'm probably not doing it justice, but a lot of those things, I see you kind of shaking your head, Devanshi. A lot of those things are well underway. As a student, you probably recognize that.
Yeah, most definitely, especially collaborating with a lot of student organizations such as SGA or just student ambassadors within the schools. The administration of the different middle, high school, and elementary schools, they've been doing a really good job of helping those new students kind of transition and be introduced to the new environment that they're going to be in.
Yeah. And then I know, Gary, just briefly, because I want to get us back to the survey, which I believe John is going to go over with us, not Cindy. But Gary, the question around bandwidth. You know, we're operating virtually from the cloud, so it's not an issue of our capacity. It's just our network getting out. Is that so? Gary, do you want to touch on that?
Sure. Yeah, I'll as quickly and non-technical as possible. It is absolutely true that Google Meet and Teams and Zoom, it uses a lot more bandwidth and resources because it's streaming media. So that is absolutely true. We run into it just doing these meetings at times. I have problems with my computer sometimes. So it certainly is an issue. The question of the up and down, basically at home internet, your download speed is generally faster than your upload speed. That's not really an issue with the kind of internet service we have through Network Maryland. The thing you have to keep in mind is that most of what we're doing is just a single path. Like everything that's going on in this Teams meeting right now is out in the cloud. So nothing is being taxed on our resources in Carroll County Public Schools, except for those of you who are there, who are sending your image and your connection out to the internet. And then for me, I'm receiving all of that through the cloud. So as far as connectivity is concerned, having the teachers in the building is pretty much like having the teachers in the building now, except minus the students, because the students aren't going to be receiving it. So it's kind of nothing is 100%, it's very complicated, but it's pretty much it's going to be a wash because the students aren't there. They're relying on their internet connection at home. And while it will be more bandwidth that the teachers are sending out, it's not even going to compare to when school is in session and everybody is consuming bandwidth. So I hope that kind of answers that question.
No, it does. Thank you, Gary.
Okay, I want to see if John, are you ready to share the data from the employee survey?
Yes, sir. Whenever you and the board are ready, I can put it on the screen.
Hit it.
Okay. I am hopefully putting it on the screen as we speak. And let me know if you see it from my screen.
Yep.
Okay, very good. So we actually had two intention forms that we've been speaking of, and one Ms. McCabe is responsible for. That's sort of the parent or family intention form that went out, and she's referenced that a little bit. Separately, we also talked about an employee intention form, and so Ms. Baptist and her team handled that along with me or helping me, and so I want to thank Chantress and her team, especially Julie Wynn and Tech Services for supporting them, and Mr. O'Mealy and President Savigny, who also we had a brief meeting with before we sent it out, and just formulated the questions based on some of the discussion at the last meeting. So I'll try to run through these very, very quickly, but certainly take any questions that you have, and at the end there's open discussion. The intention forms went out to all employees the week of Friday to Friday, 8/14 to 8/21. The purpose from the beginning, we've talked about doing this for some time in these update meetings, was just to get a more specific gauge of employees' status for how they feel about reporting during both the enhanced virtual model and also the hybrid model. And so this is a little more than the general surveys that went out earlier in the process. This was a form that went to you as an employee in your employee account, and we ask that you fill that out and return it. And so we wanted this data. We know it's not binding and that people's circumstances can change, just as with parents, but it's helpful to look ahead at planning and thinking about implementing and thinking about some of those parts of the plan that we refer to as variables and contingencies. And so the form itself basically asked two questions. And did I go too far? Before I get to the two questions, which will come up next, just in general, the response rate was really high. As you can see, it's about 83% for all of our employees. And when you think about it, most of our employees, all of our 10-month folks, or very few of them, were not even at work yet. And so we do appreciate the response rate. I know that CCEA and maybe some of the other associations sent out some messages encouraging people, and we appreciate that support as well. And so overall, system-wide, the response rate is about 83%. You can see how it breaks down for some of the separate groups of employees. I'll go over a little bit real quick later at the next chart about what some of those groups mean as we start to really look at their responses to the questions. I will say up front that you see here listed other, and that number of 8 of other is in this first slide showing the response rate. Those 8 folks were people who were maybe logged into their computer on which they completed the form in a different account that we recognize. For instance, maybe they were an employee who also had a student. And so those 8 responses, when they came in, we were not able to record and attribute to a specific disaggregated employee group. And so if you're a person who, like I did the other night, spent hours trying to count the columns and rows and make them all add up, those 8 don't repeat throughout the upcoming data charts. So just a note for you to know, and for the public to know as they look at the data going forward. As I said, there were 2 questions, and they basically were the same question twice. First related to the full enhanced virtual model, and then repeating for the hybrid model. And essentially, it just asked that the board is considering the expectation that folks would report to their work sites in the full enhanced virtual model. If so, would you intend to report in person? And people here had an opportunity to say yes or no. And if they said no, if they selected no, then a couple of drop downs appeared. And you'll see that data from those drop downs as we go through this. But the first drop down would sort of be, okay, you've said no, then what is it that you intend to do? And those choices are things like, would you request a reasonable accommodation under the Americans with Disability Act? Would you seek an approved leave of absence? Do you intend to resign or retire if eligible? And if they chose seek an approved leave for that drop down, then there was a second drop down. And so you'll see that, as I said, broken out for each question. So there was the first question. And the second question, again, very, very similar. It just addressed the hybrid model. And when we move to the hybrid model, when public health conditions are met, do you intend to physically report to your work location? And again, for people who said no, the same drop downs appeared. So here are the responses for the 2 questions. For all of these charts, as we go through them, the top row is all employees in the aggregate, and the other rows are disaggregated into employee groups of some type. And so, like I said, I'll just take a second to explain what might be included in some of those groups. For teachers, that's obviously classroom teachers. That would also be folks like guidance counselors, media specialists, speech pathologists, and in our case, in Carroll, registered nurses, because the CCEA unit represents registered nurses. Educational support personnel, those are the folks that you would tend to think of as being represented by Ms. Deal and the Case Association. So those would be instructional assistants, paraprofessionals, student support assistants, clerical staff, those groups of folks. A&S, our administrators and supervisors, those are our certificated administrators and supervisors for the most part. Those are your principals, your assistant principals, pupil personnel workers, school psychs, and all of the content supervisors and coordinators and assistant supervisors for the system. I think food service and maintenance and operations are pretty clear. ATSP, that stands for administrative, technical, and support personnel. Those are non-certificated people. Those tend to be folks in business offices, not completely, but not exclusively, but largely the folks reporting to Mr. Hartlove, to Ms. Baptist, to Mr. Prokop, those kinds of management level or technical level folks, as well as technical or technology services. So you're going to see those groups on all those slides, and I did want to at least take a second to try to explain who's included in each of those groups. And here you can see the yes, no to the first question, and you can see by the total. So this, how should I say this? This slide relates to those who responded. So if you go back to the the response rate, you saw the full numbers who could have responded in each category or for all employees. This deals with those people who responded. So for instance, to take the first disaggregated group for teachers and related personnel, the 1127 and 516 represent the total number of teachers and related personnel who responded, and the percentage for each yes or no relates to the percentage of those who responded for that group. Does that make sense? And so the same thing repeats for each of the groups that I detailed a little bit. So you can see the yeses and nos. And then again, if I said no, I got a couple of drop downs. So for those folks in those groups who said no, the first drop down they got was, okay, if you don't intend to return in person in this scenario, what do you intend to do? And these were the choices: to, request and approve leave, seek an ADA accommodation. We talked a little bit about these things earlier. You also spent a lot of time talking about them last time with Mr. O'Mealy. Resign, retire if eligible, or other leave. And other leave would basically be extended leaves of absence available to people under the negotiated agreement. So those would be typically things that leave requests you would make after you've exhausted of your available leave under the various laws. So I've exhausted my Family First Coronavirus Response Act leave. I've perhaps exhausted my Family and Medical Leave Act leave. And now I write into Chantress and her staff and say, I'd like to take a year of approved leave. That's what that would refer to. Those leaves are unpaid. The other leave, the leaves under the negotiated agreement. The leaves that fall into the approved leave category refers, generally speaking, to Family First Coronavirus Response Act leave categories and or the Family Medical and Leave Act. Those leaves may be paid or unpaid. It sort of depends on the circumstance of the employee who's requesting the leave and whether or not he or she has accrued leave balances to support paid leave for whatever the period of time that the employee is on leave turns out to be. So on this slide, if you chose no and then chose seek and approve leave, you got an additional drop down, which is this slide. So I'm seeking an approved leave, and then it asks you, the intention form asks you to give a little more specificity as to the general type or general reason for your leave request. And loosely speaking, or generally speaking, these are the types of categories that apply under the Family First Coronavirus Response Act and or the FMLA, or Family Medical and Leave Act. And so, again, all of these broken out by all employees, and then the subcategories for employees. So I'm not going to stop and read any of these to you slide by slide, but we will certainly stop and answer any questions you have as we wrap up. So those three slides applied to question one. And again, question one basically referred to the enhanced full virtual time period. Question two, very similar, but it referred to the hybrid model time period. When we move to hybrid model based on public health conditions, do you intend to report? And again, here you can see the yeses and nos by each group of employee. Once a person, or if a person selected no, they got the similar drop-down list. And you can see the breakout of leave, ADA, resign, retire, or other leave by category or in total. And again, for those folks who said no and then chose I'll seek and approve leave, they got the same drop-down list as possible options for what would be the reason behind that leave request. And I know I kind of went through that very quickly in the interest of time, but those are the data points that have been collected, and we are presenting them for your discussion. So we'll be happy to flip back and forth, look at things, answer whatever questions we're able to do.
So John, I guess the big takeaways for me from looking at this is that a significant portion of staff does intend to return. And we're not going down the path of, if we go with the motion that was brought up earlier, we're not going to require it on September 8th, but it looks like a significant portion of teachers may actually come into the buildings under the strongly encouraged. And the biggest reason was childcare for why someone would be seeking an approved leave.
And that number drastically changed come question 2 as a reason why as well. Like that number drastically changed, so
Correct. So, yeah, so the number of teachers, if we want to isolate on teachers for a second, the number of teachers who indicated they would not be able to return in person under virtual was 516. And then the number under the hybrid model was 278. And, I would be, I'll say this once up front and it'll apply the whole time. I would be personally careful to extrapolate or to speculate because there's no additional work done to try to mine the data. Obviously no calls have been made or follow-up discussions with the folks who ended up in this choice category. But I don't think it would be unreasonable to wonder if the timing and the fact that childcare, I think to President Savigny's point, showed up as a major item here, might be a factor in perhaps why that number is higher in terms of the teachers saying no under virtual, wherever that is here, the 516, versus the teachers saying no under hybrid, which is 278. You could perhaps conclude that maybe folks knew they had more time to prepare for hybrid. Their children are in school at least 2 days a week then if they live in Carroll. So possibly that's a factor, certainly. And I would say that the fact that the numbers were lower in this case, and that tends to follow through in most categories, was a little bit surprising to me personally for whatever reason. I would also say, for the sake of that whole discussion that's been going on for a while now and parts of tonight, either of those numbers, 516 or 278, are a sizable problem to address if these numbers are accurate in practice when it comes time. 278 is better than 516, but 278's a number of teaching positions that that'll be very, 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 very difficult to try to address. And so we are working on some things in that area. We've had some very positive collaborative discussions with our case unit as a possible way in which they could help fill that void if it turns out to be an operating fact, either at that level or some other significant level.
I think
And I think,
If I could.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If I could, I have to say I've talked to a lot of teachers and educational support people since this survey came out. And the reason indicated to me that the more people would be coming back in the hybrid model because it would be safer at that point. Because before the students come back for hybrid, certain parameters and all would have to be met. So the teachers and the educational support people I've talked to, and I've talked to a lot, felt it would be much safer to come back into the buildings at that point. And that's why they'd be more willing to come back at that point than when it's on virtual.
And I think that's a good point, Commissioner Frazier. And I think on top of that is they're saying on question 1, we feel like we can do an adequate job at home, so why should I sacrifice? But when it comes time to come into the classroom because students are there, then I'm ready to sacrifice. So it's like it's double the ones that don't want to come in for virtual, and I understand that, and I give credit to the teachers that half of that number would say, well, if you go hybrid, I will come in. And I think, Commissioner Frazier, you're right too. That's a little bit further away and a little bit safer. So, it's tough numbers. I mean, if that 278 was 50, it's still an issue and still a lot of work to fill those spots. Now,
Is it reasonable to assume that those are the teachers that would want to stay virtual and that there could be, in trying to, again, marry up the virtual kids with the virtual teachers? I think this is actually very encouraging that the numbers are fairly consistent between the community and who is planning to send their kids back and the teachers who are planning to come back. So that there is potentially a little bit more opportunity to marry up the virtual and the virtual, given the intent that was provided on these forms.
I think it's about half maybe of that number. I'm looking at who indicated health condition of family member or personal health as opposed to child care. And then I just want to remind, it is like a puzzle of epic proportions to try to put together in marrying up teachers and their certification with students and their age, grade, class. It works easier at the elementary level.
Right.
But at this point in time and moving to the hybrid, that's going to mean, I just want to make sure we put all this out there, that there's going to be some students who are then going to have a different teacher if they're staying all virtual, because they've been assigned to a homeroom teacher in the all virtual model and have had that going on. And then if we switch to a hybrid and their teacher that they've been assigned to, we're trying to marry them up with somebody else, there's potential for some of that change. And I'm not saying that we couldn't, at that point also, we've explored this, as we've talked about video recording, that we might still be able to provide some consistency for kids in the all virtual. I think we can, to a certain degree. There might be places that, again, with certification and such, with particular classes, we might be able to combine. And Cindy or Jason, there is complexities with that, but there's also possibility with, if you're staying all virtual, being able to still connect with your classroom. I know we're working on those things, so I don't have like, okay, here's exactly how it's going to happen. Because again, remember, people answered these things to the best of their ability, both our parents about their kids and our employees based on what we currently know or what we think is going to happen moving forward. But Cindy, is there anything else you want to say there?
I would say one caution about trying to marry up virtual students with virtual teachers is that, as you can already see, this school year is probably going to be very fluid. And we could go from virtual to hybrid, back to virtual. We could go to everybody in school in person. And so in this type of situation, it's really important to keep students with teachers so that we can be nimble and have that fluidity during the school year. If you start to try to marry up virtual teachers with virtual students, then the minute you change the structure, you have to change courses and classes. And that gets very difficult, and it can be also very traumatizing to students who get used to one teacher and then something changes and now they have to have a different teacher. So that would be my caution about trying to marry up virtual students with virtual teachers. It sounds good, and we could maybe do it at the elementary level, but in the long run, I think it would keep us from being able to be as nimble as we want to be in changing, structure, going from virtual to in-person and to hybrid.
And Ms. McCabe, I recognize that, and I'm going to play devil's advocate for a moment in terms of that fluidity, where I understand it's going to be challenging, right? But given that fluidity, let's say you know that you've got, Runnymede Elementary has a third grade teacher that wants to stay virtual. I think it makes sense to say, okay, if we understand these are the kids who are going to stay virtual, we're going to assign those kids to that third grade teacher at Runnymede, because it doesn't do us any good from a fluidity perspective if the kids come back in, but the teacher that they're assigned to is staying virtual, right? Like that, it will actually exacerbate the continuity, right? Like, so if we know that teacher is going to stay virtual, but then the kids are coming back in, there's not going to be a teacher in front of that class for the kids that do come back in. So, I mean, I understand that there are challenges, but I think that we had said that we are going to try to, like, and understanding that it's much more possible at the elementary level than it is at the high school level. But at the elementary level, it's more doable because the certification works across all the grades. So I think to the extent that we know a teacher wants to stay virtual and we know the kids want to be virtual, like we should try to marry that up as much as possible at the elementary level because of the fluidity issue.
And we also have to remember that families' decisions are non-binding. So if we marry up a class of, let's say, 25 kids with a virtual teacher at Runnymede, and then, we've got, 10 of those parents who decide, what, I'm ready to send my kids back, and that teacher is not ready to come back, then we have a problem of, what do we do with those students? So I hear you, and we are working on it, and we will see what we can do. We just want to make sure we don't do anything that will cause unintended consequences down the road as we move forward in this.
Okay.
And if I can add, board members, to basically share a bit more, we have to understand also the year will have started, and the students would be working with a particular teacher. As Mr. Kyler said earlier, how important it is to get to know your teacher, and I think that's where Ms. McCabe's going with it also, is that these students could potentially start the year, the first 6 weeks with a teacher. And then what we would have to figure out of those 278 teachers that are deciding not to come in, they may, if they're going to stay virtual, what are their certifications? What are they able to teach? Then we would have to look at the number of students that aren't, deciding to come back. And I know Ms. McCabe has that information. Then we would have to look at, is there any type of a linear relationship or alignment that we can put in place? So it's going to be a lot of work. It'll be a huge challenge. But my biggest concern is once we get into the more sophisticated content to make sure that we can provide a quality experience for our high school students is the biggest concern for me right now, that we can make sure that, where they started the year off, who's been teaching them for the first 6 weeks, what happens after that first 6 weeks then? Are they going to switch to another teacher that might be virtual? And how many kids do I have in my class? Is there 40 now or 50, from around the county? And am I going to be getting the same experience that I had when I started off the year with a more intimate environment as we shared earlier?
And I think one of the things we really got to look at for the teachers, and I think it'll be the same thing with students, the most consistent numbers between question 1 and 2 were personal health concerns. I think care of family, child care, some of that may change as we get to reality, but the personal health concerns, I don't see changing. If somebody is really, really at high risk, they're not going to come into the school. And so they might as well be virtual. And I understand it's going to be very complicated. And this year, you see all kinds of studies saying if we stay virtual, the good kids are going to lose 4 to 5 months, and the struggling kids are going to lose more time than we taught them. They're going to lose over a year in a year's teaching. So somehow I think the ones with personal health concerns, if they're willing to do virtual, they got to be married up with somebody. And I don't want to oversimplify, but if we have one Spanish teacher, he or she can teach Spanish to kids from all 7 high schools. And with the 4-mod day, which never excited me, they have shorter blocks of classes too. So hopefully, once we get going, this first time is going to be tough because they're going to split classes. Hopefully we get going. A lot of those kids don't take the same class for a whole semester or a whole year as anyway. Mm-hmm. But it's tough. It's hard. But I'll be honest, the question 2 numbers were better than I thought they'd be.
Ms. Herbert?
Yeah, thank you. 2 things. First of all, we need to thank all the employees that actually did fill out the survey because it is so important for us. But I'm also very happy that parents and the public need to understand that these teachers have certification in certain areas, and and you're all bringing it out. It is going to be difficult to match that, and I do understand that, because when I graduated, I could teach health and phys ed. That's no longer there. They either teach health, they either teach phys ed, or if they go on, then they can pass their practicum on the other, and take the test. But we are very pointed in what our teachers can teach this day and age. So, and I know you all will try to work this out the best you can. It's not going to be perfect for everybody, but I just want to make sure you all are working very, very hard to make this happen. So keep up the good work. But I wanted parents to understand that situation we're in, that teachers need to teach in their certificated area. It makes it much more difficult sometimes.
Yeah, and thank you, Mrs. Herbert. That's an area, again, I know we've said this before, MSDE seems to be offering us very little flexibility in those certification regulations. So, we'll have to try to figure out solutions. And
that's a shame, because we are in uncharted water and we need help and to give a little bit, and it would ease the pressure, but they have these rules for a reason. So I know.
Right. And I think we just keep that in the considerations, though, right? Is that, in elementary, we don't need to follow the same exact model for elementary, middle, and high school. If the flexibility is there at elementary, then let's do it. But if it's not there at high school, then we don't have to, right? Like, we can split it up that way. Okay, so board members, any other questions on the surveys? John, were you trying to say something else?
On my screen, it looked like Dr. Dorsey might have a question. Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
I was just going to be making the point that we've already assigned students to their classrooms now, right? Everybody has a virtual homeroom that they're going to be beginning in, or virtual classes that they will be beginning with. So, when we talk about how, we might try to marry, the virtual teachers with other virtual students and all of that, I mean, it sounds like it's probably going to be, I'll just say, very, very challenging. What we might be able to do beyond this first set of saying, okay, here are the teachers that you have been assigned to for the beginning of this school year. So again, I have faith in you all as far as, how we might move forward beyond that. But again, it just sounds very, very complicated and very challenging.
It is. It is. We don't have we have an idea here. That's why we did the survey, to try to see what idea we'd have. We don't know if these are exact numbers or not. A lot could change in a couple of months. But we need to talk about it, because we need to be prepared for any reality that we face. I mean, none of us thought we'd be in this reality ever. And here we are. And the next piece of that reality could be that we could be down staff. And so we're going to have to figure out, how do we go about providing for the needs of students? As John mentioned, we don't have 200 and some new teachers lined up waiting to take jobs here.
Right.
So we're going to have to, do the best we can, be as creative as we can, but also be flexible, and as Cindy mentioned, as nimble as we can to best meet student needs. I can't stand here and say here's exactly what we'll do, because there's a lot to be figured out.
And that's something I keep thinking about too, because when we look back at the parent surveys, 60% said they want their kids to do hybrid, correct?
I think it said 54% would send them back in, and then there were another 20-some that were undecided.
59.
Yeah, it was 59%
59.
said yes, and 26% said no.
Okay, so
Right.
about 60% of families want to send their children back, and like then we have, according to the hybrid questionnaire, we have at least 83% of teachers that are saying they would do the hybrid. I think that's extremely workable, especially, you know, with those that want to do virtual, and it would just have to be worked out. But my main focus in this entire time has been, how do we make it better for our students? How do we get our students back in so they have some type of normalcy? Yes, we may have to wear the masks, and we may have to do the social distancing. You know, we have our neighboring state, Pennsylvania, that just went back this week. You know, between Gettysburg, Littlestown, and Hanover. And, you know, there's excitement. The kids know it's a little different, but there's excitement to have some type of normalcy in their lives. So much has been taken away from our students, and I want us to, some way within our metrics, do this as soon as we can. Because our kids really need this, especially the younger ones. They've lost a good bit, and especially the kindergarten, first and second grade, that we need to make sure that we are working our way and getting them back in.
Okay, board members, any other comments or questions on the intent forms and those results?
I think great job with them, and again, a lot of the emails I was seeing had a lot of questions about them, but you guys got a lot of, for all the questions that people said they had, you guys got a lot of good results, I think, and it does mean a lot, and it's one more case where it's not all good news, but at least it's facts. So thank you.
Okay, so that,
All right.
okay, amidst all the papers, I've lost my agenda.
All right, do we need to go back and discuss Mr. Tyler's motion then?
Yes, I think if we now circle back, do we have all of the items of discussion handled?
I would like to amend the motion so that on October 19th, schools will open, and that means they're in the buildings October 5th. So the motion corresponds with what's in the plan.
Somebody needs to restate the motion for clarity.
Okay. When teachers officially begin on August 31st and students begin enhanced virtual learning on September 8th, we strongly encourage teachers to be in the schools, in their classrooms. We are working hard to keep the buildings safe, and we will continue efforts to keep them safe. Custodians, food services, staff have been working in the buildings since March. Currently, some teachers, administrators, custodians, food services, daycares, and other small groups are using the buildings following appropriate guidelines. On October 19, 2020, the schools will open hybrid, as the state allows at that time. To properly prepare for this, and while continuing to teach enhanced virtual learning, teachers will be required to be in the building beginning October 5th. It is in the best interest of the students, families, and staff to make this decision now. We need our students face-to-face with our teachers as soon as safely possible. This gives 5 to 6 weeks for everyone to properly plan. We have at least 3 more meetings during this period. The superintendent, board, and staff will continue to monitor the conditions, metrics, guidelines, and all measures taken to ensure the buildings are safe during this period and reevaluate this plan as needed.
So that is moved by Mr. Kyler,
And I'll second for the discussion.
seconded by Ms. Battaglia for discussion. Board members' comments.
All right, my first.
Again, I just would like to just make sure, even though we're saying they're strongly encouraged to attend during the virtual environment, I'd like to still put it in there that it's their option to teach virtually from their home, work office, or workspace, or the school location.
It is not required. It is their choice.
Yep, and that's the intention
Strongly
of this. And I think, yes, I think, Dr. Locker, you agree that That's what I'm saying. They're encouraged to be in the building, but it's their option.
Correct. You're saying while we're in the all virtual model, we will stay with what's in the plan, which is you're highly encouraged, but it is not required
Yes.
of you.
And I heard from a number of teachers and a number of administrators that we should say they have to be in a half a day a week or something. And my humble opinion, that's just tying everybody's hands one more way. If a principal asks a teacher to come in next Friday for 2 hours, I bet they do it. We don't need to. Again, Dr. Dorsey, like you're saying, I wanted to give them the option.
Yes, I think as long as we're clear with that, I'm in agreement.
One question I have is when
And this is with the decision that, this is when we make a decision that schools will reopen in a hybrid format for students October 19th, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think part of your question, the first part of the motion that's on the floor concerns the virtual environment,
Yes.
starting 8/31, right?
Yes, but I think her question, what this is saying is it would switch to hybrid on October 19th, but again, the last paragraph says that will be evaluated every day with staff and every meeting we have. It's not a drop dead date. It's a date set right now if it meets all the guidelines, and in 2 weeks and 4 weeks, we keep saying that's what we're doing. But it gives everybody an idea of that's where we're headed.
Right, so we're really saying if those metrics are
Yes.
attained.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah, if numbers spike and in 2 weeks we meet with Mr. Singer and he says we're over 50 cases, then we're going to have to say, oh, well, we tried, but we're going to have to back it up. You know, I think the first motion said we're going to follow the metrics, correct?
Correct.
And so that's part of this reevaluation.
I still have a problem with saying that we will open October 19th. Like, I understand the desire to provide people with the ability to plan, right? But I have a problem with stating now, when we haven't met the metrics, I think that I would say we intend, and it's really kind of semantics at this point, but it's like we intend to open on October 19th if all of the other things are met, not we will open October 19th, because I think that there's still a lot of moving parts, there's still a lot of unknowns, but if we give people the indication that we intend to open on October 19th, so plan accordingly. I would be much more comfortable with it if it's an intend rather than will.
When is second quarter? When does second quarter start?
I think it's November 11th. Well, November 11th is when the marking period ends.
November 11th. Okay, so, sorry, I'm just trying to pull up a calendar.
And I understand, Ms. Savigny, what you're saying. My opinion, that's what this says. You know, it will open if we meet all those guidelines, and it will be reevaluated. So this isn't a drop dead date. I just, nobody likes this phrase. The softer we get with it, the more we're kicking the can down the road. And I think this will make us watch the metrics. But I think, and again, the last sentence is monitor the conditions, the metrics, guidelines, all measure taken. So something comes down from the state. My opinion, if our superintendent comes and says, in 2 weeks, we've looked at this, this, and this, and this, we want to change it, we want to back it up 7 days because of scheduling classes, then we need to vote on it. You know, this is the earliest possible date.
Ms. Marcia?
Kenny, can you repeat that last sentence again, please?
The superintendent, board, and staff will continue to monitor the conditions, metrics, guidelines, and all measures taken to ensure the buildings are safe during this period and reevaluate this plan as needed. So to me,
Okay,
that,
so it does say that then. Okay, I think we need to move forward. I think the parents need a date. I think the educators need a date, and we need to set a timeline, and then we can do, get it out there and publish it. But you're saying it in your last sentence, it will be evaluated. It can't be that we can't have that date if things aren't right.
yeah, the first motion we made tonight said if the metrics aren't right, we can't
Yeah,
open.
we can't open, and that's what it says.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question that's very much related? The logistics of the data we just reviewed too still rattle in my head a little bit. John or Chantress, what would be the earliest that we'd need people to signal, or what would be the earliest they would need to signal if they're going to exercise this leave that's available to them?
I think if I'm following the motion and the discussion, if this is the vote, then I assume we would, Chantress would send out sort of an all-employee memo, even tomorrow or early next week, and inform our workforce that this is the tentative timeline if all of those conditions remain in place and are met. And then I would think, we'll need a little time. We need to spend some time with Mr. O'Mealy and Ms. Eisenberg and their folks to work on our leave procedures and how they might need to be slightly modified. But we would encourage employees to begin, if they need to or want to or have to, request a leave to do so sooner than later, so we can begin to take those charts you saw a bit ago and turn those into actual human beings with assignments and with certification areas and that sort of thing. So I would say, I would think a couple of weeks to get all of that straight and to begin to encourage people to turn in their leave requests. I will certainly ask Chantress if she would concur with that timeline.
I do. Generally, we give employees 14 to 21 days to have with their physicians to get their documentation completed. So at least take them at least that duration of time.
I thought I had asked though like a while ago that when we had discussions about setting some type of date up so we can get these things going a while ago. So potentially would not have to have teachers take FMLA if, they were saying they only wanted to stay with virtual because of underlying conditions. Like, these are the CDC recommendations regarding what is considered an underlying condition. Do you follow within this? Okay, we'll keep you virtual.
Well, John, was I understanding it correctly earlier when you said that would qualify as a reasonable accommodation under ADA, like the CDC guidelines and underlying medical health conditions would qualify under that as a reasonable accommodation?
Correct. Yes. Perhaps if I have a condition that's, that qualifies under ADA, the difference between the ADA and the FMLA in one respect is that under the ADA, I have the legal ability to request a reasonable accommodation. And presumably here, the reasonable accommodation we're discussing is to teach virtually as opposed to physically in person. The FMLA doesn't have that type of similar accommodation automatically built in. And again, I said this earlier, historically, and the world's a little bit off of its historical course at the moment, and I understand that, which is the kinds of things that Chantress and I would need to talk out with Ed and with Mr. O'Mealy and Ms. Eisenberg would be, historically, when you apply for a leave, so not an ADA reasonable accommodation, but a leave, and we grant a leave, and it's not random, it's based on medical documentation. You're on leave for based on documentation, you have to be on leave. You can't both be on leave and at work. And so, this mattered to us in the technical respect relative to the decision during the virtual time period. I think now what we're talking more about is when we go hybrid, who really would seek an ADA request, and that's one path that an employee can take, and who would seek an approved leave. And then we'll need to sort of break down those leave requests and say, okay, could we do something we typically haven't done in the past, which is for someone on leave, still allow them to work just from home. I don't want to throw this all off, but in my mind, as a person who's practiced HR for a long time, in a way, I tend to think about this not so much as a leave issue, but a telework policy, a telecommute policy for that group of folks who would say, I don't qualify under ADA for a reasonable accommodation, but I need leave. If I have to come in, I can't. I need leave. What do we do with those folks in that situation who still could teach virtually? And I assume we need to figure out how they can still teach virtually. It's just that the process hasn't historically been geared up to be on leave and at work. You're on leave or you're at work. So that's kind of what we have to figure out.
Right, but I think that's what we're talking about.
Rochelle might want to help with this because.
I'm going to make it even harder. Back to the total uncertainty. We have the situation now of people who are exposed, and as soon as you're exposed, you've got a quarantine. So you're going to have, I'm looking at Sandra nodding. I mean, we just went through this in my own office, where the whole office had to quarantine. We had people who tested positive, and we had to clear out. And so if not all of our teachers live here in the community, so they're coming in from other communities, and they'll end up having to quarantine. And we've got to keep that in mind when we're talking about the availability of teachers to teach.
I know we have-
Dr. Lockridge, this is part of the overall problem. When we're looking at the numbers that Mr. O'Neill presented, what was going through my mind is that's the bare minimum, because knowing what's going on out there, and that we're also heading into flu season. I mean, Donna, you're nodding at that too. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty that's coming up here, and you need to be able to staff the schools, whether you're virtual or virtual won't be a problem unless, of course, you get sick. But the coming into the schools, as soon as somebody has been exposed, CDC tells us we've got to quarantine.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we had talked about. Like, that was the one way we could definitely go back. Like, no matter what, we will always have virtual. Like, that will not ever go away now.
Right.
We'll have that for some way, shape, or form.
Because that could end up school by school. Because somebody here mentioned, and maybe it was you, Ms. Battaglia, that you have, oh no, that was Dr. Dorsey, that you have all these employees now that are going to be coming back into the school.
Right.
And they'll be in the restrooms together. They'll, mingling in the hallways, and the potential for contagion is greater.
That's why I was talking about the whole FMLA and taking leave and the ADA is if a teacher says, I can't because I have a pre-existing heart condition, that they would be granted to still continue teaching virtual, and we would align them.
Right.
And this is
under ADA, correct.
And I think you would not have as many teachers filing for FMLA that said they would if they were given that option to still continue teaching virtual with students that need to remain virtual because they have underlying conditions as well.
Right. We had talked about it as a waiver tied to the CDC guidelines, right? Or CDC definition of high-risk groups, right? And I printed it out just so that I would know. So that the definitions of the high-risk groups on the CDC are cancer, chronic kidney disease, COPD, immunocompromised state, obesity, serious heart conditions, sickle cell disease, and type 2 diabetes mellitus. So we had talked about, like, okay, if you had a documentation that you are in one of these high-risk groups, that would qualify you for a waiver. Like, we were thinking that a vast majority of those could also potentially fall under the ADA reasonable accommodation, but in the case that it might not, that there would still be a waiver possibility for those situations.
Well, my question for Chantress and John, okay, I have a severe heart condition, so I meet this. So I go to HR and said, yes, I want a whichever leave, pick one. Before you even consider the leave, can you look at me and say, we need virtual teachers, we're going to need virtual teachers. Are you willing to teach virtually and not ask for leave? Can you do that? And if they say yes, then, because I understand the dilemma you're saying, if you give them the leave, then what do you do? But what if they say, no, but you make me go into school, then I'm going to be back and take leave. But no, you let me do virtual from home, I'll do it.
Sure, and it's like those categories, Mr. Kyler, or the list that Ms. Stephanie just read, largely, most of those, if not all, are going to qualify under ADA for reasonable accommodation. And that's not, we're kind of grouping it in together, and I don't want to get all HR technical, but if you have an ADA accommodation, you're not really on leave. You just have a reasonable accommodation to perform your work in a modified way. So you're not on leave. It's the folks who fall outside of those personal conditions of high risks. So someone who has a spouse or an immediate family member or a child, and they themselves don't have one of those conditions, but an immediate family member does, and they need to be able to care for that person and or not come in because of that person in their household's condition. Those are not going to be eligible for accommodation under ADA. They're going to have to be some type of a leave request. And we're going to have to figure out within that group of folks, however many that turns out to be, and that the data may be static. That's going to be a fluid number perhaps as the world turns. What do we do with them? Because if you say, my spouse has a condition, so I can't come in because of that. I can't tell you have an ADA accommodation, but I can say, well, I approve your leave. But now we're going to have to say, and even though I've approved and put you on leave, we have to have some additional procedure to see if you could work in a virtual manner, because our numbers, I agree that it was the data was helpful or encouraging in that not tons and tons of our employees are saying I can't come in, but still we can't deal with 278 who can't come in. We've got to find solutions for that, and so it's the folks who fall outside of ADA.
Sorry. Yeah, and that I understand, and like you say, it's a new world, unfortunately, and something has to be done with that. But in the old world, you mentioned flu. When my wife was working in the school system, I remember times when there was almost 50% absent due to flu. The schools didn't close, and I'm sure teachers were sick, and it couldn't be easy, but we haven't seen flu numbers like that in several years. But we did, and we worked with it. And I think quarantine, again, hopefully we'll learn through the small groups, Carroll County Tech and all that, and reevaluate. And then last question for HR and Chantress and John. So you said 14 to 21 days for that process.
Correct.
If we vote tonight, you have 5.5 weeks until the teachers have to be in school. So that's using half that time. Correct. Are you okay with the other half, or again, if you're not, my opinion is if we're going to evaluate this in 2 weeks, if somebody comes in and goes, well, we're 7 days into this and it's going to take us 6 weeks, and then maybe we slide a week, or Mr. Singer says the cases are up and we slide a week, but that's my feeling why I thought we need to start this out with 5.5 weeks and 7.5 weeks so everybody, including you guys, can plan.
We can attempt to plan. However, there's no federal guidelines in regards to when an employee files for ADA or FMLA. So an employee can come up on October the 4th and decide that they want to apply for FMLA and that they have consulted with their physician, and we would have to accommodate that documentation.
Okay.
In regards to, just want to go back a little bit, in regards to the 14 days, we also have been in partnership with the health department, the Carroll County Health Department. And when an employee demonstrates some of the symptoms and they have been in contact with a person under investigation, we are required to quarantine them for 14 days. that is under the direction of the health department. So that will impact our staffing as well.
Yes.
When we bring employees back to the physical environment, that they will be required to quarantine.
And those are all situations that, you know, Ms. Eisenberg added that layer on. Those are layers that we're aware of and are trying to figure out how to sort through. They kind of, at least in our minds, fall a little bit outside of the ADA request or leave request category, because they're going to happen all the time. And we're going to do our best. And, you know, it's sort of referenced in the plan a little bit. This might not be an answer that makes the world happy. I know that, but we're going to first try to fill those positions with substitutes. That's going to be, oddly enough, a little bit easier under hybrid, when we'll have a larger sub pool than under virtual, but we'll do our best to first fill them with subs. But we can't guarantee you, and this is, like I said, noted in the plan in the contingencies area, there may be some classrooms, some wings, even a school where we say this school is virtual for this, you know, this grade level, or this hall, you know, everyone on this hallway is virtual for the next week, and then we'll return to hybrid, or the next 14 days, or whatever that, in that case, whatever the specific guidance comes out from Mr. Singer's team. And there might be cases where even if we found a sub, a room or a couple of rooms might be closed for a day or two, even just for resanitizing. So there's going to be the potential for lots of blips like that to sort through, as well as these bigger picture data we've been talking about.
And I think, like you said, Ms. Vigney, having that date set, and even Ms. Herbert has said, it gives parents a sense of understanding of, okay, this is potentially when my kid could go back. So I can tell my employer, hey, I just want to let you know I could potentially start on the 20th when my kids go to hybrid. Or even, you know, they won't pull their kid from the CCPS school system to do homeschooling or private school. That would even help with, because we'll get enrollment numbers around September 30th. Because that's something else that I'm looking at, is we don't want our enrollment numbers to continue dropping. And I think this also gives parents a little bit of ease to know they are talking about sending our kids back to some hybrid model. And I think just having that data is, okay, this is the potential when we will, and we would continue monitoring the numbers like we've always said we would.
Mr. Vigney, you should bring this to a vote.
Yes, agreed. So, board members, I think we had a pretty significant discussion on that. I think everybody made a lot of points. It sounded like we were all in general, everybody made the points that they wanted to make. So I think, given that that's a date that we're putting out there so that people can plan, as long as we are going to be monitoring the statistics that we said we were going to monitor and make sure that all of those metrics are met, all of the processes are met, we'll review that data at each one of the next of our meetings and see if that date needs to change, right? But we're putting it out there as the intent so that people can plan. And we'll monitor it accordingly over the next many weeks. So I can't remember, was your motion was not amended, you read a new motion.
Yeah, I read the motion with the October 5 in, so.
Okay,
yeah.
but Dr. Dorsey, you had wanted to make an amendment to say specifically that teachers were not required to report to the building. Mr. Kyler, your motion said that, but we just wanted to put that specificity in there for September 8th, correct?
Yes, during the virtual environment.
Okay, so it was a motion to amend. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Battaglia will second.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're amending.
Yeah,
You're saying it should say exactly what it says.
So
I guess reread the first. If we
Again,
want to amend the motion, we
I'm
need to have words that amend the motion, not a concept.
I was substituting that, teachers could exercise the option of where they would teach in the virtual environment beginning on 8/31.
That is the
Whether-
intent of your motion. I think it was just a little bit more specificity to avoid any confusion.
So come, for Ken, so 8/31, Dr. Dorsey is saying that it is highly recommended, but it is not required
But-
for
yeah,
teachers to go
which is what
away.
this says.
Right. And then come October 5th, though, depending upon all the figures from the
This
health
will be
department.
required.
Right, I used the word option. That was one word that I really wanted to stress, that teachers had the option of whether they would teach virtually from their classroom or from their home office environment.
Starting on August 31st.
Yes. When we begin with the virtual environment.
I think the intent is, and it's pretty clear to me, what Mr. Kyler's motion says is, when we're in the all virtual model, teachers, it's just like what we already currently have in the plan. Teachers are highly encouraged to come into their buildings, but that is their choice and their option. We highly encourage it, but nowhere does it say it's required.
And I tried to have this wording similar to what the wording is.
Yeah.
Right.
So that, I think we all
Okay,
understand that.
I think we all understand. So, but I will say, so now I will call for the vote on the motion as amended. All those in,
No, we gotta vote on the amendment first. We gotta vote on the
we have to
amendment first.
vote on the amendment. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so then we'll call for the amendment to the motion. Can I get a vote, a verbal aye, please? For all those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye. Is anyone not?
Are there any opposed?
yes, opposed.
Wait a minute. Opposed to? I think there's too much confusion, like,
Yes. Yeah, we're taking something that's very simply worded and says exactly what we want to say, and we're adding another sentence. And nobody's told me what the sentence is, but
Right.
reiterate, please, Donna, what we're voting on, because I think he's not understanding.
I fully understand it.
Mr. Kyler's original motion said strongly recommend,
We strongly encourage.
strongly encourage to come into the buildings. Dr. Dorsey asked for a motion to amend, that we say, yes, it is strongly recommended, however, teacher still does ultimately have the option.
Yes.
There's no change in intent of the wording, it is simply providing more specificity to avoid confusion.
Yeah, actually, in my opinion, it's causing confusion, but, yeah, I'm.
Okay, so I will call for the vote. All those in favor of the amended motion, all those in favor of the amendment to the motion, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay.
Opposed.
All right, those two.
I'm sorry, who was the opposed? Marcia?
Yes, because it already states it.
Okay,
We're repeating it.
okay. That passes by a vote of 3-2 with, Devanshi, did I hear an aye?
Yes.
With student representative in agreement. Okay.
Okay, one clarification before we vote on the motion.
I thought we just voted.
Yeah, but we didn't vote on the motion, we voted on the amendment. Before we vote on the motion, is everybody that passed the amendment, are you okay if Donna and I, for the minutes, just, we'll clarify this, and you and I agree that I've got it worded the way you guys want it, and that way it'll be the amended motion?
Yes, I think you have the wording of the motion.
The option, we're gonna, yeah, I've got
Include the
my
option
amendment.
wording.
You'll word the option sentence and we'll stick it in and then everybody's happy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, so with that, then I will call for the vote on the overall motion as amended. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. I think we can actually now move on to section 4, which is the action items. And the first item up is 4A. Board members need a motion for the approval of the revised to and from school transportation services pay for FY21.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Kyler. Okay,
I
Dr.
can't see
Lockard.
Pat. I don't know what to do.
Okay, board members, we have 3 action items tonight related to pay for our bus contractors. As you know, we do not own our school buses, but we contract 100% of our pupil transportation with a large number of local contractors. In the spring, when the state closed schools, we did continue to pay contractors for their established routes. This was really for 2 reasons. Routes were established, and if you recall, the state was closing, well, they had closed schools, but not indefinitely. It was in sort of 2-week increments. And so we wanted to make sure that if we were going to open back up, at the time we weren't sure how long that was going to last, we needed to make sure we had buses ready. Also, once the first CARES funding arrived, it was a condition that we continue to pay our employees and contractors. So that was the second reason why we did that way in the spring. For the start of this year, we're in slightly different conditions. We don't have any of the officially established routes for the year as of yet, but we are planning in the planning process, and we're planning routes for the small groups we're bringing in for instruction as we identify those students who will be attending. That's coming soon. Also, we're using the parent intention data as a planning tool between Ms. McCabe's team and Mr. Hardesty in transportation to try to align routes for when we do ultimately move to the hybrid model, that we can align those who are coming with the routes. In addition, we have to consider pupil transportation for out-of-county routes, non-publics, athletic trips, etc. One similarity to last spring is that we need to have our entire fleet available and ready when we need each bus. So as you're contemplating moving to the hybrid model, as soon as the health conditions and metrics and all those other things we just spent time figuring out, as all that goes on, we will need to have our contractors and our buses and our drivers and our assistants ready to go as needed. When you think about it, if we were a publicly owned fleet, we'd be addressing the same exact considerations of having buses available and drivers to drive as needed. Therefore, I bring you 3 recommendations related to our partnerships with our bus contractors designed to ensure that our school buses and the drivers and the assistants who make them go are all ready as needed. The 3 recommendations address pay for our to and from school routes, or out-of-county routes, and athletic trips. The recommendations are designed to continue payments to our contractors that will ensure that buses and drivers are ready when we need them, but also to ensure we won't pay them twice for service depending on how the year unfolds. There are 3 distinct actions that would each require your approval. I'm sure you'll want to have some discussion around these, and certainly as motions come for each one, we could do that in order, or I could ask Mr. O'Neill to provide some specific background as you discuss these recommendations prior to consideration of a vote. So I want to give you a little bit of background on why I'm bringing you that, how it's laid out, and then we can entertain some conversation around that.
Okay, so board members, comments.
Marcia has her hand up.
Oh, Ms. Herbert.
Okay, I'm a country of the bus drivers, and this is the only group we have talked about cutting, and this is the only group that has a large overhead. They are still paying for their buses. They're still paying. They got to pay their workman's comp. A lot of them have paid even extra money for insurance. They can't park their buses at home. They've got to have them parked somewhere. They're still paying for mechanics, especially since you had a bus inspection yesterday. And they need to be paid what they were paid last year. I'm sorry. I had bus contractors call me and say they will not have their drivers back because they're collecting unemployment, and now they're going to get another $300 extra. So why are we cutting them and we haven't cut anybody else? And we're not going to start school if we don't have bus drivers. And it's very difficult to get bus drivers to begin with. So I just hope that you all think about this, because we've taken care of everybody else, and we've got to do the 114 mileage, and that we need to acknowledge them that they're equal partners and that they should not be cut, because they would be the only group that got cut. And that's it.
Dr. Dorsey or Da Vinci?
Yes.
I know if you had any feedback, Dr. Dorsey.
We were just checking, Dr. Dorsey, if you had comments.
Oh, no, I'm still sort of reviewing this, but again, I know we're going to need to have our fleet of bus drivers ready to go. So, I do think we need to support them. It looks like some averages are used as far as the chart with the mileage, the daily mileage.
Yes, Dr. Dorsey. So there's 3 different action items here before you, because there's 3 different payment vehicles or contracts that you approve as the board each year that we use to pay our bus contractors. And so they're kind of broken out as to and from school transportation services, and there's really 2 parts to that: the regular education routes and the in-county special education routes. Then there's an action item for out-of-county special education. Those are the trips that take students out of Carroll to some of the non-public facilities. That's part of an existing bid that's been approved. And then lastly, there's a formula we use to pay a subset of the contractors who provide service for athletic trips. And we're looking at that specific to the fall season sports. So on the handout, I assume that maybe Ms. Bowers could put this on the screen, or I suppose I could try to do that as well if that's easier. On the board documents for the approval of the revised to and from school transportation services, in addition to the cover sheet, there are 2 handouts attached in that PDF file. And the first handout, which is itself a couple of pages, is the approved formula. So that's the reimbursement formula to contractors that the board approved, I believe, at the May 2020 meeting. That's what we would pay bus contractors on for the to and from school routes during the school year, if we were up and running like normal. That's the first handout. The second handout is some data that Mr. Hardesty's office, Mr. Hardesty, prepared at Dr. Locker and I's request, and that's an attempt to do some comparison between last year's actual routes. So we did until March 13th operate in a normal way, and we did have actual routes back when life was normal and the world was centered. So it takes a look at what those actuals were, pulls out highs, lows, averages, that sort of thing, and both in terms of time and miles, and also sort of a daily amount, or it shows a comparison between those actuals before last year and some of the options that we've thought about for the fall, where we don't have buses running yet, or at least not very many. And so the 55-mile version, you'll see that column repeating on that comparison chart. That's there because there's a contract minimum. So just in any normal school year, when you approve the formula, it has contract minimums. And when we bring bus contracts to you for approval or transfer, it ensures each contractor that at a minimum, no matter what the actual route turns out to be, that there's at least a guarantee of a certain number of hours and 55 miles. And then we tried to pick a midpoint somewhere between the 55 minimum guarantee in the formula and what last year's averages were. And that's the middle column, and that's at 80 miles. And so that's just a figure that's lower than the average. Our thought was if we pay at the average, then we're actually going to overpay certain routes. And obviously, if you're paying at the average, underpay other actual routes. But 80 was sort of an in-between point to try to get to something between the minimum guarantee and the averages from last year. And so the complexity is last year we had a school year and we were finishing it when the pandemic hit and the state closed us. So we did continue paying those routes as they existed. We don't have routes yet. We'll have routes for small groups. Dr. Locker went all through this. We'll have certain routes for hybrid. So what we were proposing is for, in the meantime, if you go back to the cover sheet, and again, from here, I can't tell if that's on your screen, but I'm sure you have it available. And you kind of look at the two charts in the middle, one for regular ed and one for in-county special ed. We're proposing or recommending to pay the full PVA. PVA stands for per vehicle allotment, and that's sort of the cost to pay off the buying of the bus. And that varies. So if you wanted to flip back to the reimbursement formula, you'll see that the PVA changes it each year based on the average price of buses purchased. So there's not a set amount there. It's wherever your bus happens to be in the life cycle. The full administrative allotment, very loosely, that's the part of the formula that goes for the contractor's overhead, paying the full driver pay at 6.25 hours. We've kind of looked at the actuals and looked at the minimum and determined that 6.25 might be a fair point, and then paying the per mile maintenance at the 80. That was sort of a midpoint between the minimum and the averages from last year. We would not be paying any fuel. Obviously, we wouldn't pay fuel when buses aren't running. We would pay all the other portions of the formula, kind of the add-on things you saw down there, and those are specific to different contractors. For those who provide spare buses, there's a fee. For those who provide 500 series buses, there's a fee. All of those things would be paid. And then further, we're saying that any contractor who's operating in the small group, providing service for the small group programs, we would pay them either the greater of this recommendation or their actual small group routes, as well as the fuel costs, because in those cases, obviously, they are running buses. And then furthermore, to try to not have to revisit this every time there's a change, once we move to the hybrid model and know what those bus routes are going to look like in the hybrid model, again, contractors would receive either the greater of either this formula or those actual routes, because there's a likelihood that routes this year aren't going to look like historic routes. So that's a summary of the to and from recommendations. And I guess I probably should stop there and take your questions and your comments.
John, can you remind me what the lift fee, $600 per bus is?
I'm sorry, I didn't go through so the second column in the chart is the in-county special ed routes. So these are buses that transport obviously special education students, and those buses have a wheelchair lift, an automated or a mechanical wheelchair lift. And so there is just for those buses involved in that transportation, there's a $600 fee that's part of the formula to pay for that additional wheelchair lift device on buses. That's what that refers to.
Okay, but it's listed also under the revised to and from school transportation services, right? Not necessarily under the I guess it's on all three of them, isn't it?
It's listed under the to and from. I'll have to flip here at home to the out of county. It may also be part of out of county. Out of county is slightly different in that it's part of a bid process we went through and was approved a few years ago.
Okay.
And it is there, though.
Okay.
You're correct.
Okay.
The lift fee applies to all special ed buses.
Okay, I gotcha.
And let me say to Mr. Hardesty, who's out there somewhere, to the extent that I have anything that needs correcting, please correct it in real time.
No, you're correct, sir. You're correct.
Okay, I'm confused, who'd have thought? Let's look at the regular education rates, first page. They're getting full PVA, they're getting full administrative allotment, that they got last year. The full driver, 6.25 hours is the average of last year, so some got more than that, some got less. So they're getting $730 a week. But we don't know what the bus contractors are paying the drivers. We don't know if the bus drivers, it concerns me when they say they're on unemployment because that means they're not paying them. So what happens with that $730?
So, and Ms. Eisenberg may want to weigh in. There's things, legal constructs called vicarious liability and things like that. These are not our employees. They're employees of a contractor. We certainly have clearly a recommendation in the reimbursement formula for what the driver pay would be. That, by the way, is not just an hourly amount. That includes the fixed, as Mr. Hart said. But our thought was there to go with the average more so than a minimum because we need not only the buses. If you think about this a certain way, the PVA and the administrative allotment kind of pay for the bus to be there. The salary portion, to the extent that the contractors are providing that to their employees, and I am in no way suggesting that they're not, Mr. Kyler.
Oh, I
That's not
understand.
meant to suggest that in any way, but that portion of it sort of goes to ensure that the employees are there when the time comes. So the bus and the employees, and then the maintenance is, there are maintenance on buses, obviously at all times. We need them ready to run, but that is paid on a mileage basis. And so, we tried to find a medium that seemed reasonable.
Before the maintenance, the driver, back to the driver. Did you say the last time we looked at this, that you thought the 6.25 hours should get the average driver more than they would get on unemployment, and we were at a time where they were getting $600 more. Now they're getting $300 more. Do we think that's compensation enough that it's not worthwhile for them to draw unemployment, or we don't know?
So I think a couple of things, and again, not trying to speak for contractors, and each of them is an independent business person, but I'm going to guess that unemployment, that those folks being on unemployment at the moment refers to the summer time period, and that's sort of a decision we also face as a corporation. I'm sure many businesses do. So with our 10-month employees, our substitutes, we have to make a decision each year to either say you can apply for unemployment or issue something that's called a reasonable intent to return or be called back letter, and in which case we would contest unemployment. I'm guessing that what they're saying is they've allowed their people to claim unemployment during the months where there's not transportation. And many of them, I think, do that annually anyway. I'm not sure that that's a change for everybody. When we looked at the guarantee minimum in the formula, and I'd actually defer to Mr. Hartlove, Mr. Hardesty maybe on the specifics of this, but we felt that with the enhanced federal benefit that 5 hours might not be equivalent to it or close enough to it, and if we move to 6, or in this case 6.25, we would be offering the pay to the contractors for their employees that would counterbalance them seeking unemployment. And I don't know, Chris and Mike, I know you spent a little time working on that. Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, we looked at the average driver making somewhere between $19 and $20 an hour, but that, again, that's an independent employer-employee relationship between the contractor and the driver. So, but we feel like on average, that's probably what a lot of drivers make. And at 6.25 hours, they're going to be making, with a full 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, they're going to be making in excess of $600 a week, which we thought would be the equivalent of what they might get with state unemployment, at least. So that's where we thought maybe the 6.25 on an average basis. As John said, every bus is different, runs a different route. Every contractor is different. The age of their bus differs, meaning that their their loan might be in the early stages of the loan, and they might have several buses in the early stages of a loan. So they're going to be, more hard pressed than a contractor that has a fleet of buses that are in the later years, and their notes on the bus have been paid. So it's kind of hard to generalize, but that's basically what we have to do with a formula. We have to pay on a per hour and a per mile basis.
And just to say something one more time, because I said it a bit ago, but in light of what Mike just shared, when we say we're trying to make a good solid assumption that 19 to 20 is the driver pay, somewhere on average out there. When you see the numbers in the chart for drivers or assistants, those numbers are a little higher than that. That's because that portion of your formula is also trying to account for what Mr. Hartlove calls fixed charges, so FICA, Social Security, those kind of payments that have to come out as well. Or those fees that come out.
Okay, and then the maintenance, 80 miles, and I think previously we talked 55, I thought, and 80 was to be a compromise. Some of them look like they got 118, so that means per bus, they're getting a hair under $400 a week. They would have got maybe 600 if they were the max. So you're thinking, and some may have only got 300. So you're thinking this is a good average.
Well, again, it's an average, Mr. Kyler. I had a contractor tell me today that they had an engine blown on their bus, so they've got to put several $1,000s into that bus. That's an anomaly, but it's going to vary from contractor to contractor. So again, this would be an average that we're looking at.
Right. We're trying to find the happy spot between fiscal accountability and also having these contractors still in business and their employees still ready. We are not in some way philosophically wedded to that 80 number, and I think, and I can speak for Mike and myself, and I assume I can speak for Dr. Lockhart. If it needs to be a different number, we will gladly take your vote and make that happen as well. The desire is to have our bus contractors and the employees who drive and assist on our buses there when we need them. And we recognize that the contract minimum wasn't going to, several of them told us that wasn't going to be sufficient. So we're trying to find the point that is. I guess the alternative, and this might be, or an alternative, and this might be what Mrs. Herbert said. I also don't want to speak for you, Mrs. Herbert, is to go back to the FY 20, the last school year routes and pay those actuals, but that's not going to be an accurate reality whenever we open this year.
I do understand that, but the 80's not going to get it. And I will tell you one thing. I have tractor trailers, I have 6 horses, and I have pickup trucks. The worst thing that can happen with these buses right now is they have been sitting since March. And that is the worst thing they can do. And also, as your bus gets older, and I'm sorry whose ever engine blew up, because that's $10,000 or $12,000. They become more mechanical. They've got more problems. So they might be paying down their thing, but I guarantee you, that's not getting it. And I'm telling you, 80 is not a good number. They want more. So I'm telling you, I just want to make sure that they get taken care of and that we have bus drivers, or else we're not going to have school, period. It doesn't matter what date we set. So they have called me and they said it's 114. So I don't know what everybody else feels, but we have got to take care of them because nobody else has been cut. And that's not right.
Mr. Vigney, do you want to put a motion on the floor?
I think we should maybe say this.
This is the.
I don't want this to sound adversarial at all. They provide us a great service, and they have for a very long time, and we recognize this. This is a conversation about, in this very weird period of time we're in right now, what is the right amount to pay them until we're up and running, and how do we make that all go? I know this is a lot to think about. Would it be helpful, board members, if Mike and I were to move to the other 2 categories and explain them, and you can mull all of these things over and then come back to each of them in turn, or do you want to stay with the to and from routes for now?
I'm sorry, Steve, who is trying to? Oh, Commissioner Frazier is trying to
Oh, sorry.
raise his hand?
But thank you. I don't think I've ever said this before, but I agree with Marcia.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
I've heard from a couple bus drivers myself, or people that own the companies and so forth. They need to stay in business. We have to, they need to be ready when we start schools back, hybrid or, the full opening of schools. So we need them there. If they go out of business, what are we going to do? I have to agree with Marcia. They need the money that they need to stay in business. As simple as that. I do think it's going to be more than the 80. That's my opinion from what I've heard.
And I do know yesterday that I had school bus drivers call me and said, hey, my bus got the red flag and we don't have the money to fix it. So, they need to get paid or else we aren't going to have buses.
Well, if I could just be, again, play devil's advocate. So the contract minimums say 5 hours and 55 miles, right? And I would say that this is the kind of situation that contract minimums were put into place, right? So I'd like to say that we already are making a significant accommodation. Like, I think there's an argument to be made that you'd pay the contract minimums, right, for this very situation. But we know that that is going to cause a hardship for the bus contractors. So we're making an accommodation based on all of these various factors to say, okay, it's not 5 and 55, it's 6 1/4 and 80. And so we're making that accommodation to try to help get over that hump. I think that the difference between what you were saying, Marcia, is that they're the only ones not being taken care of. I said the difference is all the other folks that we're paying come the spring are providing a service. And I understand that we need the bus contractors to be there, but for this 6 weeks, they're not providing a service. I understand that we certainly need to pay the full PVA because they bought the buses and they need to be paying those things off in order to provide future service. So I think that we are making a significant accommodation to go to 6 1/4 and 80. But if we wanted to talk about providing full service or full reimbursement versus what they had in the spring, we need some sort of adjustment so that they would have so that there wouldn't be overtime paid once we go hybrid and we have all these other additional items that potentially come in. There could be a significant amount of overtime to adjust for the hybrid, right? And so that would be kind of double paying. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think that, so I heard two different alternatives, I think, discussed there. One was to pay on last year's average, and I would, for me personally, giving you advice, I would say, I don't know that I would feel great about that, because if you pay at last year's average, then you're obviously overpaying for some actual routes.
Right.
An alternative, and this is obviously not on the paper in front of you, and as I say it, I'll ask Mike to immediately stop me if this is crazy or untenable, can't be done, but a different alternative could be, I think, to pay their last year actuals until such time as they pick up a route, and then immediately in that moment shift to whatever the proper pay for that route would be. Is that even feasible? That's doable, right?
John, that's very doable with our pay system because it can retroactively correct. So if we paid on last year's actual routes, and then once we establish the new routes, we get a manifest from the contractor for those new routes, and we would adjust then to that correct manifest from that point forward.
And that'll be very, very inconsistent, just, for whatever that's worth, in the sense that it won't be kind of a one-size-fits-all in the meantime approach. It'll be a very, very specific to a bus on a specific former route, and there'll be some perhaps winners or losers on so to speak on that in real time. In other words, when they get their new route, it might be the same, it might be more, it might be considerably less, that adjustment would kick in at that time. So that's I guess a possibility as well. And again, we're open to whatever the will of the board is.
John, I could go for last year's rates, but I'm afraid that if we don't take care of these mom and pop businesses, that that we do have several small bus contractors. I don't know if they'll survive.
Yeah, these are
That's
not.
what I'm afraid of also.
Right. I that these folks, they're not. These aren't high margins they're working with here. I guess
absolutely
the problem with thinking out loud, or perhaps even with me thinking at all, is another thing just occurred to me, Mike, is that you did make increases in the formula. So if we're paying last year's routes in the meantime, we're paying them at the prior. So that would be the fiscal year 20's reimbursement formula until such time as they get new routes. And then we would shift to those new routes on the FY21 approved formula. And so there were some increases built into the FY21 formula over the FY20 formula. This is very complicated, obviously.
Yeah, that would be problematic, John. I think what we'd have to do is pay on this year's formula, and then the adjustment would be made on this year's formula as well, which basically I think would zero out the consequences of being on last year's rates.
So, and I appreciate that. And I'm sure that's a payroll system thing too. You can't just sort of make that be whatever it needs to be. And so with that clarification, board members, just to be clear, I'm holding my head. You would actually be paying them more than they received last year because you're paying them last year's routes on this year's formula in the meantime.
How many buses are we talking about for this regular education routes? Just rough.
As far as what the difference would be?
No. How many buses are there?
There are, hold on one second. There are 187 regular ed buses and 53 in-county special ed buses.
Yeah.
Mike, in general, overall, in the aggregate, what was the increase to the formula? Just a percent increase from 20 to 21.
The percent was around 3%, John. So that included PVA, driver salaries, and maintenance.
Because looking at it, I think, and John, something you said struck me. The contract minimum was 55. It looks like there were routes last year that were 55, and then there were routes that were 180.
Well, they might have been under even, so they were paid at the minimum.
Exactly. Yes. So now you're talking 80. If you did the average.
There are very few, but there were some under 55, yes.
But it looks like if you paid the average, you're paying like $200 more per bus per week. But then you're paying some people double what they got last year, and some people still half. So I think last year is the best way to look at it. And my question would be, not to nickel dime, but is there any way to pay them 3% less than they got last year? So is there any way to give them the money they got last year, or that's too complicated? You need to do the numbers they got last year at the new formula, and they're going to get 3% more.
We'd have to look at that. The way our pay system is already set up, the new rates are in there. We've been paying them since July 1 for this few buses that have been running.
Yeah.
So I can see Ms. Gold now, our payroll person.
Oh, I know. That's
hoping that doesn't happen, but we there is a way to make adjustments. I just think that if we did pay on last year's miles and time for each route, and then we adjusted to whatever the new routes are for this year, that any overpayment would be taken care of with our system.
Okay.
Well, and that's the way it should be. They should, it should come out to zero, but they really want to be paid for their routes. And if you overpay them, they are ethical people. So I'm sure, you can fix that.
Commissioner
I
Frazier,
just
you
wanna
had
make sure we
talked
have
about
buffer
COVID grant money for
open up.
transportation costs. Is there any way to get COVID grant money for this particular cost? The fact that we're paying over and above contract minimums?
If there is, and I'm not saying there is not, if there is, we have not discovered it. I made a note earlier during one of Commissioner Frazier's remarks to try to follow up on what those grants are. And unless Chris has knowledge I don't have, I've not seen anything. The CARES money we got, we could have used for different things. We used it for the technology initiative for students, and so that money's accounted for. There's been some other grant money, all of which had to do with instruction, some tutoring grant money and some things like that.
Yeah, there's no money that I know of, but remember, we're still within, this would still be within what we budgeted in our, this is within the budget that we have out there, so we wouldn't need additional money to cover it. But I know of no sources to cover these dollars, and to cover any additional transportation expenses.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you for that information.
So is there any overtime dollars that are typically, because I guess what I'm thinking, like if we were to pay them fully while the drivers and the buses aren't in operation, that would they then turn around and would we be paying overtime rates for things into the future?
Mrs. Spigney, we do not pay overtime as part of our formula. So that, again, that's an employer-employee matter. I'm sure there are some drivers that work more than 40 hours a week, or maybe some long out-of-county runs, but that is not part of our formula.
Okay.
We pay on what we call, Mike referred to as a manifest. So we plan the routes and assign the routes, and then after they run the routes for a period of time, they keep a log or a manifest, and that, that may be a period of time that's much less than, or a period of time that, if you added it up, amounts to what would be overtime for the employee. But the formula, we pay the per dollar amount for those hours in the manifest, and as Mike said, it's up to the contractor and their employee to figure out how much of that is straight pay and overtime pay. It's all the hours of the route from our standpoint.
Is there a way to pay the maintenance mileage from last year, but still stay with the 6 1/4 and the 6 1/2, the average for the driver, or is that getting too complicated?
Mike?
No, we could do that. We could plug in the appropriate, 6 1/4 hours and pick up the mileage from last year's manifest. That can be done, yes.
Mrs. Herbert, what do you think of that? If they get the maintenance money they got last year, and the drivers are getting the average of what they got last year?
All I know is they really want to get paid what they got paid last spring. And that's all they ask. So what would be the difference in that monetarily?
Yeah, I don't know what the difference would be, because I think what you guys said, if you just give them what they got last year, they're going to get 3% more than they got last year. And I just thought maybe if you kept the drivers at 6 1/4 and did the maintenance from last year, then they'd be getting about what they got last year, not 3% more than they got last year.
I do not think that. I think we need to go with what we did last year.
What you did last year at this year's rates.
What they did last year. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't think there's a whole lot of bus drivers that drive, less than 5 hours. They drive a lot more than that, and their routes are a lot longer.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in Carroll County, and no one lives in blocks when we get out there in the country. So, I just want to make sure that when we open schools, that we have bus drivers and buses that are in good maintenance. So I just want, it's just one of those things that I think's right,
Okay,
and if we don't have bus drivers, then we don't have to worry about opening school. And I think we need to take care of them and be fair.
Okay, so the recommendation that's on the table is 6.25 hours a day, and for regular ed buses, 6.5 for special ed buses, and 80 miles, rather than the contract minimums of 5 and 55.
Correct. And then basically everything else in the formula except fuel.
So am I hearing, is somebody making a motion, or are we going to vote on the recommendation as provided?
What's our choices, Donna? Because I'm definitely not going to vote for that. I want them to get paid what they got paid last year. Or else you're not going to have bus drivers. 80, it's not going to get it. Business-wise, I'm telling you, it will not.
Well, Marcia, I think you're conflating issues. The bus drivers are getting paid at the 6.25 and the 6.5, right? You're talking about the contractors.
Yeah.
Well, that's what that's the part of the formula that we would reimburse for that purpose. And so yes, we would assume that they would then in turn pay their employees that amount for those hours.
But I cannot vote yes on what you have there on the table right now.
Then you need to make a motion. If you want to change it, you need to make a motion.
I make a motion that we pay the bus contractors their routes from the spring.
Okay, wait. Let me make sure I understand. Okay, say your motion again.
I would like to make a motion that the school bus drivers get paid their routes that they did in the spring. That is what they have been asking to that's what they want. That's what they've asked. And that's what I've been, contacted by, that they want to get paid by their routes from the spring.
All right, so I have a question with your motion. Are you saying that again, it would be on this year's formula though, that we pay last year's actual on this year's formula?
Well, Mike said he didn't think they could change it.
Well, so I think Mike, I think the problem is we do have a few buses actually running, and so we need to pay them on the current formula. I don't think Mike can have two pay systems. He can't have. He's loaded the FY21 rates because
right, and I understand that.
So that would have to then be on this year's formula.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So in reality, they'll get 3% more than they got last year. About.
Yes, spread across the formula.
And that's what everybody else has got their raises, so.
So is that your motion, Mrs. Herbert?
Yep. Yes, sir. That's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Kyler. So, Mr. Hardesty, can I ask, as part of the discussion, what is the difference in monetary pay between the recommendation that was originally on the table and going with the full pay recommendation?
I'd have to work through that, Mrs. Savigny, but in total, it would be probably around 3% more. But the thing that I would stress is when we adjust to the new routes for the hybrid method, there will be a reduction or an addition if there are more miles. But we will adjust to what we had already paid and make that correction on this year's formula as well. So I think it will balance itself out in terms of any overpayment related to the new formula versus last year's formula. And it'll certainly correct itself in terms of miles and time that we would have paid from last year's manifest versus the new manifest this year.
Right. They'd only be potentially overpaid in some cases up front, and then it would adjust. And I think to the point Chris was making earlier, doing that still within your budget. The transportation line item of your budget is built on the new formula, so we would not exceed that. We would not exceed that because of this action if this motion carries. That's what you're saying, right, Chris? We're still within the FY21 operating budget.
Correct, and of course, we also have the fuel savings also. So we should be, transportation should be an area where we, at the end of the year, have some money left.
We're going to need it.
We
are. So I guess the one last comment I would make is I'm struggling with this because I thought that the recommendation was fairly reasonable, considering that we were giving a big boost over the contract minimums. But I think I'm willing to vote for this because we've made the statement that we're trying to open as soon as possible, that we're really only talking about 6 weeks. We're not talking about 4 or 5 months.
Oh, year, yeah.
Right. Right. I mean, it could end up being longer.
Look, I wouldn't be asking for this if this was going over top our budget. And I want to thank you all for saying that it's there. So I would not do that. But I think what's fair is fair for everybody.
Okay, board members, any other comments before I call for the vote?
Yeah, one more, sorry. And I think you guys have said it, all three of you, and Dr. Lockhart, I think you'll agree, I guess. You guys are saying this seems okay to you. You know, what you proposed you thought was better than the minimum and fair, but you don't really see a big downside to doing what Mrs. Herbert motion said, correct?
No, we're willing to pay them
whatever we say.
That's right. And that's not coy. Absolutely, we're willing to pay them that amount.
I just want to make sure that when Dr. Lockhart says, okay, we're opening, we've got school buses there.
Right. I want to have school buses there. I don't want that to be a reason why we can't transport our students. As folks have said, the money has been budgeted for this year. So to answer your question, yes, I'm okay with that.
And you're saying hopefully it's a temporary issue, and you think as soon as you get routes really starting, it'll be adjusted.
That's correct.
The self-correcting part of it is making me more comfortable as
Yes,
well.
yes.
Okay. All right, then with that, I will call for the vote on the recommendation as amended. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, thank you. Okay, so board members, now I need a motion for the approval of the revised out-of-county transportation services pay for FY21.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Kyler. All right, is there any, I think we pretty much hit it, it's just that this is a difference it would be the same recommended change?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it'd be the same change except it's at the 8.5 hours a day, and then the 80 miles would be revised to revert back to what they had made in the spring minus the 3%.
So these buses and the 4C buses aren't spread out across the contractors. There's different. What we just did didn't go across the board and didn't cover these.
Correct.
Well,
Carla, this applies to just 3 contractors, and this was part of a bid award back in 2015, I think. Yes. And actually, now that I'm looking at the cover sheet, I made a bit of a typographical error in there. I don't think it substantively changes this or this discussion. It was that in the first paragraph of your cover sheet, it reads 3 contractors who provide service are paid on a 8-year bid result. That should read a 12-year bid result, but the 12-year bid result has an 8-year PVA or per vehicle allotment part of that bid. So it's a 12-year bid with an 8-year PVA. The PVA was basically front-loaded for the loan period. So with that correction in mind, it's 3 contractors. They do a number of runs to out-of-county non-public facilities. This is also a little bit interesting in that some of those facilities are open. We do have buses going there, and some are not, and so those buses await for those facilities to open. So some are being paid in their correct FY21 routes, and some are on hold. So this would apply to those that are on hold. And if you were to carry forward what you just did, it wouldn't be the 8.5 hours. I presume it would be, in those cases, the ones not yet open, their actuals from last year, if you wanted to mirror your previous approval for to and from routes in county.
And our first approval was what percent of our total buses? Was that 80-90% of all the buses, and this is a small percentage, or am I assuming incorrect?
It's a small percentage. This is 18 buses out of 258.
And we should do the same thing for this one.
Okay, so John, provide us the wording of how this recommendation would be changed.
Well, these cover sheets, I guess, would need to be corrected for the permanent online record because they're not the recommendations at all now. It would be something like we will pay them at their FY20 actuals based on the FY21 formula until such time as a new route is established. At the time a new route is established, the pay would be adjusted to the actual new route. That's at least how I understood your prior approval for to and from. And so if you're extending that here, it would be the same thing. We're paying them their last year's route on this year's formula until a route happens this year, and then we adjust to that new route, the manifest for that new route this year.
Mrs. Herbert, can you say so moved?
So moved. Sounds good.
So moved by Ms. Herbert, seconded by Ms. Battaglia. Okay, board members, any other comments?
I think if what we did for the largest percentage of our buses, we should be consistent.
I agree.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, then I will call for the vote on the recommendation as amended. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now, board members, I need a motion for the approval of the revised athletic transportation services pay for FY21.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
I'll second it.
seconded by Dr. Dorsey.
Okay, John, do it again.
Okay, well, in
One
this
more.
case, thank goodness, we are basically recommending what we did in the spring with the spring sports season. So this is a subset of contractors who provide athletic trip service. In the spring, it was a little bit different as well in that spring sports season had begun, and I think even a few scrimmages had been had happened and students had been transported. And so what we did from then on out, once the season ended, was Mike and his folks and Mr. Duffy and the athletic directors tried to come up with, based on this completely separate athletic formula, what an average trip was worth. And they came to a conclusion of, I think, $250 if I look back at the cover. And then each athletic director would work with Mr. Duffy to provide Mr. Hardesty with what they think the right amount of trips would have been for that high school, for the contractors who serve specific high schools. And we would pay them the $250 per trip fee now. And then if the state goes ahead and holds the fall season fall athletic season at some other time in the school year, which is an idea that's been discussed, they wouldn't double dip. We would pay the additional parts not covered, maybe, but if there were more trips or something like that, but they would still provide the service because the service has been paid for now. Mike, anything to add to that?
No, the 250 was in consultation with Mr. Duffy, who really manages the transportation budget for athletics. And then, as John said, if these trips are held in the spring, if these events are held in the spring, the 250 would be deducted from the actual cost. So the 250 doesn't fully amount to what the actual cost is to the contractor. So it was kind of a compromise figure that we reached based upon a trip fee and other mileage costs.
This is, however, identical to what was paid in the spring. So hopefully, they were comfortable with that. Well, at least at the time they appeared comfortable with that.
I make a motion that we go ahead with that.
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Herbert, seconded by Mr. Kyler. I just want to make sure I understand. So these trips aren't going to be happening in the first 6 weeks of school, and they may not be happening for quite some time, depending on how athletics plays out, right? But there might be a condensed version of the schedule later. So you talked about the double dipping. I just want to make sure. So are we going to be paying out at $250 per what would have been a typical schedule?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And that's based upon the athletic directors, Mr. Duffy, in terms of the allocation of these trips to the various contractors. There's a schedule that's made out, obviously, in advance of each season, and then the contractors receive that schedule so they can, plan their trips. So we're basing the $250 on that preseason schedule for the fall. Then Mr. Duffy will have to track these events that the trips are planned for if they occur in the spring, and the $250 will be deducted from those trips.
Okay, that's why I just want to make sure that we're not double dipping on that piece of it.
Yep.
I have to say I am a little confused about that because what he just said was, it's for games that were planned for the fall. But were games ever planned for the fall?
It's for games that would have been planned for the fall, but as Mr. Vigny said, not having a fall season, MPSSAA is looking at condensing their fall season to later in the school year as a possibility. So then that would be deducted back out. So they're not, as you said, being paid twice for the
Right, like if we paid them for, $250 up per event, let's say that there were scheduled 100 events in the fall season, then if we paid for those 100 but didn't happen, those would be, we wouldn't pay for the first set of 100 makeup games in.
Yeah, but to her question, the ADs would have had athletic schedules way before March.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I was
they
wondering.
would have already had those in place,
Okay.
planned for.
And John, these are the buses that are not used for regular schools runs, correct?
Right. There's very much a similar consideration in that these,
Right.
These contractors are providing these buses for this purpose, and this is the vehicle in which they're maintained and sustained as well. So that underlying concern about having the buses there when we need them, and I guess, and this may not be the best word choice, but honoring the pandemic notwithstanding, honoring the long-term commitment and relationship that's here. When you're buying a bus, you're buying it with the expectation that it's for a period of time. And so, this is how they'll have those buses available too at the, next season and next year for that matter.
Right, and if I'm correct, I think when we consolidated our bus fleet and got rid of it, I think even we had a bus contractor. I think Donald Marion even bought an extra bus so that we could use. Is that something like that? I don't, that's the way these bus contractors work. They help. They're not hindering us. They're trying to help out. So,
Yeah, I think
These are a dedicated fleet of 27 buses. They're not used for to and from school. And there's also dedicated drivers to the athletic program. So Carroll is unique in that regard with contract service, that we have this separate contract. So the athletic department and, and schools are protected in terms of having adequate service.
Okay, so we didn't actually revise this recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Nope.
From last year, okay. As long as we have the no double dipping stipulation in there, that we're, board members, any other comments or questions? And with that, I will call for the vote on the recommendation as submitted. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, thank you. Okay, and that is the end of the action items section. We can move on to section 5, unfinished business and new business.
I do have a question, Donna.
Yeah.
Now we're making plans to open up and all that, but Dr. Locker, what are we doing with the main office? How are we bringing those people back in?
By main office, you mean the office in all the schools?
No. You're the headquarters, the Board of Education.
Central office.
How are we bringing those in? Because I know they're going to have to be in place to help with us opening schools up in October or whatever date that is. What kind of plan do you have for that?
Sure, and we have that written into the plan. John, do you want to address that piece?
Sure, they're addressed in the plan as well. The general rules apply in that people certainly can come in if they wish to. The critical functions have been in, and we've been trying to do certain things to maintain adequate social distance with some rotational schedules and that sort of thing. So many of those, if you drive around the parking lot on any given day, you'll see that there are cars there. We do intend to bring everybody back 2 weeks prior to the hybrid, or we'll take a careful look at the motion tonight and make sure that that's still accurate. We will have some areas to work through, and we know that there's parts of the plan that refer to things like spacing schedules or rotating schedules, so that not so many people overlap, because we do have some places in the building where we're not going to be able to have the full staff in that area all there at exactly the same time. We're going to have to make some exceptions to sort that out, because there's not a way that, at least that we've come up with yet, to fully arrange spacing. But those are not, that's not everywhere in the building. That's some offices in some areas. And so, that's how we're addressing it. And then the same as the schools, the same signage and PPE and protocols and the posters all up, all of that stuff for central offices too, not just for the schools and the school offices.
Well, thank you, because I was just I thought, now we've got to get them back to help and get things started. So thank you.
Sure.
Just want to lead by example. So, okay.
I had a question. I just wanted to kind of know how our Jumpstart program was going, especially regarding like BEST, Gateway, and special education, as far as a lot of our staff too.
Nick, do you want to talk a little bit about, if you're still on, about Jumpstart with special education that's been going on for the last 2 weeks?
Yes, correct. It's been going on for the last 2 weeks. We'll be wrapping up tomorrow. It's gone well. Excuse me. We've learned a lot from the experience that I think will help us moving forward. But all in all, it's been a success.
Okay. Very good. And we're going to be continuing that too, as well.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat that, please?
We're going to be continuing that program going forward, or are we still just holding off for virtual, or?
So the Mr. Anderson, you can jump in on this too. If you can correct me. I'll defer to you.
No, I'll just, yeah, so Ms. Battaglia, yeah, so we're still planning on the actual specialized programs that we are looking to offer once we start the school year after September 8th, which has been the plan. As we mentioned, we're looking at bringing in our specialized programs first. We've made some great progress. We've had a number of teachers willing to go ahead and sign up and take part in that, so we're very excited about that. We're looking at really starting with Carroll Springs and programs such as that in the beginning, and then slowly phasing in other programs as we move towards the month of October. So, yeah, so the answer is yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Anderson, what about Gateway? And Gateway's got a pretty small student population. We never really talked about that specifically as part of the small groups.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that we're considering as part of the small groups?
Yeah, well, that was something that, and Nick or Mr. Streaker, if he's still on, can chime in on this too. But we started discussing that as well. Yeah, that was initially part of the conversation as well. To your point, being very small groups of students anyway. So, again, what we're trying to do is continue, as it was said often this evening. We're trying to start with small groups, have some success, and continue to grow that. So hopefully, by the time we're in hybrid, we are having multiple groups all around the system working well. We also, as you know, this week our CTE program has been at Winters Mill and focusing on some integrated pieces there as well. We also have that plan as well to start the school year. And I believe Dr. Lockhart has communicated with the state as well as Governor Hogan's office in regards to having them come out and see some of our examples of what we're trying to do the second week in September.
We were asked to provide some either groups or dates of instruction going on to MSDE. Dr. Salmon, I know, is interested and referenced perhaps the governor would be interested too in coming out to see what we're doing. So.
Great. And Dr. Lockhart, Kenny, I know you made reference to the SATs situation earlier in the evening, but Dr. Lockhart, could you give a quick update on that? Because I'm not sure that the community realizes how much of a positive this is. I think they basically just saw the SATs were canceled several times, and I think this is a big win for us.
Yeah, Jason, do you have the dates there?
Sure.
Because we have multiple opportunities
for President Savigny, it is going to be a big win for Carroll County Public Schools. I wanted just to remind everyone that Carroll County Public Schools is still going, we have sites that students will be able to take the SAT the last weekend in September, as well as the first weekend in October. But in addition to that, because of the large influx that we had for the other August date, we wanted to go ahead and make sure we provided an opportunity for all our juniors and seniors to take the SAT in their home high school during a school day. And that school day, again, I believe is October 14th, which is a Wednesday.
And that's only for Carroll County Public Schools students.
Only Carroll County Public Schools students.
Right, and the other two dates that Jason referenced, and we'll make sure high schools are putting this information out to their students. We've worked with College Board to cap those because those are Saturday administrations, the September date and the early October date. The problem before was we had 1,700 students from 5 different states sign up into a couple of high schools, and we couldn't accommodate that. It's not our test. We have the event, and so we've worked with them to try to get a manageable number for several options. Hopefully our students can get in those, but if they can't or the date doesn't work for them, we have these in our own school just for Carroll County Public Schools during the school day opportunities. And I think Jason will also tell you we're working with College Board to get those scores turned around as quickly as possible because we know that's a big part of the college application process.
That's correct. College Board is making a promise to us to have those results turned around in about 10 days for our students. It may be a few additional days if the student's taking the SAT with the essay. But for the most part, it's going to be a quick turnaround. And I really commend Troy Barnes for really taking the lead on that. I also wanted to let the board know on October 29th, very similarly, our sophomores of Carroll County Public Schools will have the opportunity to take the PSAT in their high school. And as well as our juniors being able to take the National Merit Qualifying Test as well as a junior on that day as well in their high school. So, you know, we're trying to, when we hold it during the school day, we can keep it strictly for Carroll County Public School students. So that is a huge win for us as a school system.
Absolutely. Okay, board members, any other new or unfinished business?
The Carroll Media Center that works so great with the school system, is there any way, and I know this stuff's on there and other stuff's on there, I don't know if they have shows that have commercials or blips, that stuff like this, I mean, to me, this is so giant, what you guys did for the SATs and PSATs, and a lot of people don't know it. I don't know if we could put a blurb on there, if we could get the word out in any other ways. Maybe the Carroll County Times will cover it from the meeting, but they probably all gave up on us a half hour ago and didn't hear this. It's just, to me, it's so nice, and people kept asking me, well, we're not getting to take SATs. I said, yes, you are.
Mr. Kyler, we are working on a statement that will be in the hands of Dr. Lockard and Ms. Gaddis tomorrow. That could be a potential media release also that can be shared with our community. But we needed to make sure we solidified and confirmed everything with College Board because it's a quick turnaround. There's a lot of organization. We want to solidify it before we were ready to publish it. But we will be ready to publish it as late as tomorrow afternoon, or as early as tomorrow afternoon, rather.
And once we do, then, Mr. Kyler, to your point, we can use all Ms. Gaddis's social media outlets. We can look to Community Media Center, whoever else we can get the word out. Typically, our high schools push that out, and our kids and parents at the high school level are pretty attuned to be looking for those things. So.
Yeah. No, I just think it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for working on this because FAT and PSAT are so important to our high schoolers. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Mr. King and Mr. Barnes really were the ones that led that effort.
Great job. Okay, so school will be open in the enhanced virtual model before our next board meeting. So our next board meeting is on September 9th. So I just want to wish everyone, I want to kind of circle back just to one of the earlier comments that I made in the meeting, that these are tough times, right? These are very difficult decisions that we've had to have, but the discussions had to be had. And I appreciate everyone's time and care and effort. I think this has just been a tremendous effort on everyone's part, and I just want to thank everyone for bearing with us as we walk through these difficult discussions.
And Mrs. Savigny, can we also certainly thank all of the ones who've been involved in all of the training and workshops and all that they've been doing to enhance the virtual learning environment for the pupils. So again, I just think it's tremendous when you hear about some of the areas in which they have gotten some good information and some good ways to really involve kids in this virtual environment. And, I'm sure that, all their hard work is going to pay off with the students as they get started at the beginning of the year. So again, I'm just grateful for all of the IT folks and all of the curriculum folks, for everyone who had a hand in providing some of that training. When I hear about some of the different platforms and the variety of things that are being done with technology now, it's just really, it's really good. And I think our kids are certainly going to benefit from all of that.
I appreciate you referencing that, Dr. Dorsey, and I can't say enough great things about just the incredible work that's happened over the last several months, all throughout the summer. People giving of their own time, investing in themselves in ways to find out how they can best meet kids' needs, the creativity and innovation of our support staff here. it's just been affirming to see how totally invested folks are and doing whatever they can to help support students. Our next meeting will be on the 9th. That's the day after the first virtual day. I will remind people, it'll be a little more perfect than last time, but it'll never be perfect. So be patient with us. Understand, we'll be as responsive and helpful and supportive as we can. Reach out if you have questions or you have needs or something might not be working exactly right. We want to know about it and fix it as quickly as we can. But I couldn't be more proud of our workforce in terms of our overall employees pitching in to make the best situation we can and best support our students who are at the heart of what we do for this most unusual start to a school year. So thank you.
And I'd like to echo that too. I mean, some of the discussions that I did have with many teachers this week, they were telling me about the professional development they had and how that was much different than what we had in the spring. Everything was live and learn. And yeah, when we had our last meeting, there was a lot of emotion going on because there was a lot of emotion and frustrations and just trying to get things going. And, when you hear from so many different people on experiences, you can get wrapped up in that. So yes, our teachers have done an amazing job with professional development this summer, doing things that they need, trying to get things ready. So that is acknowledged, and we do thank them for that. I can tell you my daughter, Bella, already had her first meet and greet online with her first grade teacher, and it was incredible. Miss Funk was, fantastic with her. We sat there and, she went over some of her interests, and she asked Bella about some of hers. So those conversations are occurring right now with teachers and families, so I think that's another great way to start things off.
Absolutely. Well, here is to a fantastic opening and as disruption and hassle-free as possible. So, okay, with that, our next meeting is at 5 p.m. Wednesday, September 9th, 2020. It's the regularly scheduled board meeting with citizen participation anticipated at 5 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. here in the boardroom at 125 North Court Street. So, board members, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Herbert.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Battaglia.
Ms. Dorsey.
All
I heard
those in
Ms.
favor,
Dorsey.
can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening and the next couple of weeks. Good luck. Thank you.